I am God. I feel like making a video. I woke up this morning, the 17th of April. It's Thursday, so obviously tomorrow is Good Friday. And, it's the weekend that people celebrate. People like to call it Easter. I don't like that word. I've already explained that. So, I saw some news articles, really fascinating. I saw on YouTube, and there was a Sky News video saying that, asking, has Donald Trump tripped up? He's blaming Zelensky for the war in Ukraine, between Ukraine and Russia. Okay. Then, after that, I saw a video about Ukraine wants to legalize pornography. Yeah, to fund their war effort. And also, I watched a video last night of Donald Trump saying, well, he was he had a gathering of people. He had a guy who was singing. He didn't sound that great, to be honest. And there was a woman who preached from the pulpit, right? She was in front of a lectern, right? She wasn't in a, but she was in front of a lectern. She had a lot to say, she had to, she had to teach everybody about Jesus Christ and God. And then there was a guy after her, and then there was Donald Trump, basically just talking a load of crap. And all these Americans like, yeah, look at Donald Trump. He's such a hero. He's calling on the Lord. He's. But this is the thing, right? The word holy. Well, yeah, he wants to celebrate Holy Week. Well, what does Donald Trump? He likes pornography, doesn't he? What is pornography? Well, it's a hoe. Yeah, you know what a hoe is? Yeah, and we're not talking ho ho ho, Merry Christmas, you bunch of perverts. No. We're talking about whores. Yeah, so a hoe, and when she lies down, right? So ho, lie, right? See, if you go around saying, yeah, you think that God is holy, or Jesus is holy, or you think someone is holy, or something's holy, right? Well, at the end of the day, you're just saying ho. You're saying ho, you're saying whore, lie. The intention behind what you say, it matters. You can't just blurt out a word and be like, yeah, that's a special word. No, because you can interpret that word in like 10 different ways, right? I couldn't put a number on how many ways you could interpret it, but you can interpret. But So this is the thing, right? So Zelensky, okay. So the letter Z is the last letter of the alphabet, right? Z, okay. And Z it means but. It's another way in code. It's code speak for but, okay? Because obviously you have A and then Z, yeah. Z is the last letter of the alphabet, right? You put those two letters together, you get as, right? Z. In magic, it's the butt, okay? It's the ass. So, because you know what an A is, right? If I say twat or a dickhead, right? If I say Z, Right now, you know what I mean, right? Z, and then you put the two letters together, you get ass. Yeah. You know, there's so many different ways you can look at it. I'm not telling you to look at ass. I'm saying that, you know, the letter Z. Yeah. But yeah, this is why I bought tablets, so I could write down on my tablets and try to keep things organized, you know, easy for you to follow along. Because you don't think like I do you? No, you don't. Anyways. Well, anyway. So, you know, this is the time of year, you know, in this country, you know, well, and in the USA, you know, people are celebrating. You know, people are supposed to remember the death of Jesus Christ. I was Jesus Christ. I was the one who was crucified. Now I'm here again. I'm Father. Okay? I am Father. I will get justice. Justice is mine. Vengeance is mine. Those who I love, I will get justice for them. They will have justice. I mean, you know, all these people who are going around, they have forked tongues, and they, you know, they're basically just saying, oh, yeah, God, you know, Jesus, he's just a whore who lies. Yeah, Jesus is a whore, and he lies. Yeah, kind of like those, yeah, you know, the porn stars. Yeah, yeah, that's what Jesus is. Jesus is a porn star. That must be what he is. You see, demons have a different. This is the thing. When people go around talking, the demons are having a different conversation through their mouths. Okay, because of all the code, they have forked tongues. It's like they're having two conversations at the same fucking time. But you don't recognize it. You don't know it. You don't hear it. Or you don't notice it. You don't recognize it. I mean, this is the thing, right? You know, there's a woman out there, you know, a woman. I mean, this is the thing, okay? The Virgin Mary, yeah, the you know, she was called the Virgin Mary. She carried Jesus in her womb, gave birth to Jesus. Okay, now in Catholicism, they worship Mary. You know, they call her the Mother of God, as if she created God. That's how they say it. That's how they go around. The way they talk with their forked tongues, they're basically saying that, no. Mary's the creator of good. Yeah? They're devils. They're demons who say shit like that. Mary didn't create God. I'm God. I created Mary. It's the other way around. But, you know, this is the thing. Humans always get it wrong. Yeah? Well, yeah. And I do my best to try to educate them. But do they listen? No. I mean, what's the very first story you hear? In the book of Genesis. About Adam and Eve. Yeah? What did Adam do? He listened to Eve. Yeah? So, you know, I mean, that's the thing, right? She's a hoe and she's lying. Yeah? But man goes, no. She's holy. She's holy. Yeah, she is holy. That's what she really is. She's holy. She's not a whore that lies. No, that's a lie. That's a lie. No, she's holy. She's holy. Let's put her in church. You see, man can't see demons. use word trickery in order to get what they want. They try to run away from me, God, with their word trickery, their babble. Yeah? The story of the Tower of Babel. What was that about? That's exactly what it was about. You see, humans were trying to use their languages, right? Their language. It says that they had a common language. Well, they had a common goal, and that was to get to heaven using their words. Okay? You see, human beings, all human beings on this planet, are drawn to me, okay? In one way or another. It's my power. They always want my power, okay? They need my power. I mean, the thing is that even a Christian, so a Christian was told, put on the full armor of God. Now, essentially, what a Christian does, a Christian prays and says certain words. Like, for instance, God grant us, or God grant me. God grant me forgiveness, or God grant us help, whatever, right? The fact my name's Grant. So, people go around, Christians have, they were enabled to be able to say, they're basically just going around saying, they're me, they're God. Just like everyone else on planet Earth, except they were told to do it in a specific way. Yeah? Through Jesus Christ. In the example that Jesus Christ left them. Okay? I've explained this so many times. So, but this is the thing, right? So I was talking about Zelensky, right? So Z can mean but. And lens, well, you know what your lens is. A lens is what you find on a camera, right? So his name is literally code for but, camera lens, key, or sky. Yeah? Z, lens, sky. Zelensky, Zelensky, Zelensky. And what's his first name again? Vlad? Was it Vlad? Is it Vladimir? No, wait, hang on. I can never remember his. It's slightly different from Vladimir, isn't it? It's something else. It's Volodymyr. Volodymyr. It sounds very similar to Vladimir, doesn't it? It's Volodymyr instead of Vladimir. Yeah, very similar sounding first name, of course. Yeah. I mean, the reason there's a war between Putin and Zelensky, Russia and Ukraine, well, that's the thing. I'm God. I am God. I am the one who reigns. Yeah, I'm the one. It doesn't matter if every human being on planet Earth can say, I'm not God. I'm not the King of Kings. I'm not, you don't care if that's the thing, but I'm God. I do reign. I always reign. I reign forever and ever. I've always reigned. Yeah. I mean, just because a man says I'm not God, what does that change? It doesn't change a damn thing, Just because someone denies, if someone tells me I'm not Grant, well, I'm still Grant, yeah? Nothing changed. It's just that someone says I'm not Grant. That's it. Ukraine. I mean, this is the thing. I'm good, rain. Yeah, but you know the UK wants to get in on this action as well. We're like, no, no, no. We're the UK. We're the United Kingdom. We all reign together. We're good. Because you know what Britain means, right? Because Britain, apparently, what it means is rules with God. That's what originally Britain meant. You know, Great Britain. Yeah, and then obviously it's also, you know, you've got the United Kingdom. Yeah. And obviously England. The old name for England, well, there was Albion. I used to live at Albion House when I lived in Brighton, in the southeast of England. Brighton. I lived in Albion Street, Albion House. That's where I lived, in a council flat. Flat 24. Yeah. You know, X marks the spot. Yeah, 24. Or Omega. Yeah, the 24th letters. Yeah. You know, Merry Christmas. Yeah. Merry Xmas. But the old name for England was, you know, it's Angleland, basically. You know, it basically means angel land. Yeah, and then Scotland, you call it the Highlands. Yeah, so, you know, this is the thing. You know, man has basically made this country. You know, this country is based, you know, that's what man, you know, that's what human beings do. You know, they want to say that they're God or they rule with God, and, you know, that your country is in heaven and all this kind of stuff, right? You know what I'm saying? We're in the Highlands, you know, or, you know, we're in the angel land. You know, we rule with God. And so, well, you know, why did you make those decisions? Why, you know, who made those decisions and why, and all that stuff, yeah? I mean, obviously, the United Kingdom has played a very important role in what's happened in the world, right? Yeah. White people, Israelites were white people. I've said this, you know, that's who they originally were. Okay, so the Hebrews and the Israelites, well, they were white people all that time. You know, thousands of years ago, that's what they were. Okay. You know, you probably find a verse somewhere like, yeah, but his skin was bronze. His skin was bronze, man. Yeah, but you go stand in a desert for a month and see how you fucking look, you fucking idiot. What the fuck would you know anyway? Do you know what I mean? Like, you know, you got the news now, and they're like saying, "Oh yeah, our James Webb Telescope, we've identified some gas on the planet that's about, you know, 20 gazillion fucking light years away." You know, they found some, you know, some molecule. Oh, must be alien life there or something. We're gonna go there and find tadpoles or some, you know, whatever, right? Or whatever it is. Do you know what I mean? It's just total rubbish. Garbage. Yeah? You want to see my house? I got garbage everywhere. My house is full of garbage. You seen what's been happening in Birmingham? Yeah? The bin men don't collect the rubbish. Yeah? You know why that is? It's because of me. It's because of me. It's because people want to pretend they're me. You see? People are trying to cling on to my energy. Yeah? You know, so the article, the video about Zelensky and Ukraine and this pornography stuff that they're talking about, well, they mention OnlyFans, right? I don't know, you can see I'm wearing a hoodie, but under here, I've got an OnlyFans t-shirt. Now, why the fuck do I own an OnlyFans t-shirt? I bought it because I don't use OnlyFans, I don't go on it. I've probably been on it maybe like once, maybe twice. I bought the I've got more than 500 t-shirts. I've shown it in videos. I've got so many t-shirts. Why do I buy t-shirts? Well, it's because I'm God, and I felt it was necessary for me to collect all these different brands, logos, names. That's because I'm defending my power by doing that. Okay, that was the entire reason. So as soon as I put this is a brand new T-shirt. I've been wearing it for 3 or 4 days. Okay, it's a brand new T-shirt. I've worn it a bit longer than I should have. Really, I usually wear my T-shirts for 2 days, and then I'll pick up a new T-shirt. I'll pick up a different T-shirt, which is I've got a giant pile of brand new T-shirts. I spent hundreds, probably thousands of pounds on T-shirts. Okay. So, this is the thing, right? As soon as because it's Holy Week, right? And Zelensky, Ukraine, they want to support, they want to support their army with OnlyFans. Yeah, get all the women on OnlyFans, getting them raking in the money, and then they can fund their army, and they can go to war with Russia. Yeah. And they had to mention that on the same week I'm wearing this OnlyFans t-shirt. I'm God. I'm holy. Yeah? I'm the creator. Yeah, I was Jesus Christ. See, I was Jesus Christ. Okay, and Jesus Christ was described as holy. And now, you see, that, Jesus was the real meaning of holy. Okay? He was perfect. Holy. Now, the fact is the word whole and holy, you can interpret that in different sneaky ways, basically, right? For instance, lie or whole. And this is the thing, because when Jesus said, I am in the Father, and the Father is in me. Well, you see, I already talked about this in my previous videos, okay? But Jesus is associated with my butt, okay? You see, that's how it is, okay? Yeah. So, if you want to know what that's all, look at the word past, yeah? The word past, it's got code in it. So PA means pa, yeah? And then you have the word ass in it. And then you have the letter at the end, which is a letter T, yeah? Past. I've explained it in all videos. Yeah, so, moving on. So I posted something on Facebook. There's a movie called Coyote Ugly. And I remember going to see that when I was a little boy, when I was 12 years old. I would have been 12 when it came out. So it was rated 12, and I went to go see it probably when I was 12. I remember there was a boy I used to be friends with. I didn't like him. He was about a year or two older than me. He was a neighbour that I used to hang out with. I used to skate with him and stuff like that when I was a boy. His name was Lewis Boland. I used to do taekwondo with him as well, actually. And we used to go to roller discos and skate at the half pipe. We'd go to the skate park and stuff like that, and we go to the, after school we'd go to the off license. We'd go to the newsagents and stuff and buy sweets and whatever, and FHM magazine and stuff like that. Anyway, I went to the cinema with him to go watch a film called Coyote Ugly. Now, what does Coyote Ugly mean? So I learned this yesterday. So what it means is So it's basically, you know, if a woman or someone's on a one night stand, right, and then they in the morning they wake up sober and they look at the person they're next to, and they think they're really ugly. So basically, you know, what a coyote does is when, you know, coyotes are known for chewing off their legs when they get stuck in a trap, and so they'll chew through through their legs so they can get away. And so and yeah, so I mean, you know, it's a really interesting, because I realized, because that film came out in the year 2000, and obviously, you know, the music in it, well, it's written by a woman called Leanne Rimes, and she has a song called "Can't Fight the Moonlight." You can't fight the moonlight. That's the thing. I'm God. I was Jesus Christ, the Son, the light of the world, right? And so the Coyote Ugly film, it was witchcraft against me to basically ruin my life. You know, this stupid song, you can't fight the moonlight. Do you know what I mean? And that's the thing. I have to fight. You know, I don't have to. You know, maybe not. You know, boxing or, you know, kickboxing or anything like that, or karate or taekwondo or whatever. But fight means a lot of different things, right? But if you say I can't fight the moonlight, do you know what I mean? It's a magic trap, is what it is, right? And the Coyote Ugly thing. Well, this is the thing, right? You know, I probably would have been, you know, if I'd grown up, if I wasn't surrounded by so many evil people when I grew up, right? Family, people who, you know, my family, yeah, they were all demons, yeah? You know, that's the thing, I've spent my entire life having to, you know the story about the coyote, you know, it chews off its leg to escape a trap. Well, this is the thing, I've spent my entire life having to do stuff like that, trying to escape people's traps. And, you know, it's been very difficult for me. Okay? Very difficult. But the interesting thing is the main character in the film is a woman, and her name is Piper. Piper. Yeah? And so she goes and works at a bar. She wants to be a musician. And then she ends up working at a bar, which they were popular in New York back then. They were called Coyote Ugly. And it's basically all these skanks dancing on a bar. All these women, they get on the bar, you know, they're basically entertaining men for the most part, right? And they're just acting like a bunch of animals. But, yeah. Yeah, so, yeah, it's and then in the film, so her dad is played by the actor John Goodman. Okay, so and he plays a character called Bill. Now I don't know if you know it, on my Facebook I've posted a lot of videos by a pastor called John Piper. Yeah, his dad was an evangelical pastor called Bill Piper. He actually died in a long time. Yeah, he died quite a long time ago, apparently. Okay. But basically, in the film, Bill, the dad, who's played by John Goodman, says to his daughter, Piper, he's like, yeah, you're a little whore, basically, and I can't stand to watch this, but now I've changed my mind. I think you should just be a hoe and just get on the bar and dance like a hoe and, you know, make some money. That's basically what the movie amounts to, basically. Do you know what I mean? It's like you want to be a skank? Okay, then you be a skank. You know, and this is the thing. Yeah, well, that's basically what it is. Okay. You know, sell your body, make some money. Don't worry about it. And you know, and obviously, you know, John Goodman. He's this big fat guy. You know, he's obviously in terrible health, right? You know, He's in awful health. He's a lonely fat guy. Yeah? Who am I? Who the hell am I? I'm God. I'm Father. And the world is trying to push me away. It's trying to kill me. It's trying to... The world refuses to give me justice. So, when the world is being destroyed, so, you know, wars, poverty, all these things, yeah, because I cannot bless a world that is trying to kill me. I won't bless a world that all it wants to do is try to kill me. Yeah, I'm not doing that. Am I? You know, there was a period of grace, yeah, where people were allowed to figure things out. But I'm here now, and I'm explaining all of this to you, and you still don't care, right? The world doesn't care. The world doesn't want to know. The world is just constantly trying to put stumbling blocks in front of me. The world wants to... The world is constantly trying to keep me under wraps. Yeah, that's what the world does. The world is constantly trying to keep me under wraps and try to disguise me as something else. Either I'm invisible or I must be them. But never me. No. That's what the world does to me. I mean, there's a song I posted by Aaron Lewis, and it's called "Everybody Talks to God." No, I mean, I like the song, but the fact is that phrase "everybody talks to God." You know, that's the thing, right? I mean, if you know, what does that? How do you interpret that? You see, demons will interpret that as, you know, I could be talking to a banana, right? If I talk to a banana, well, you know, if you, let's say, okay, you know, if you went and spoke to a banana, right? You pick up a banana out of the fruit bowl and you talk to it. What does that mean? Does that mean the banana's good? You know, if you talk to your dog, does that mean the dog is good? You know, what are we saying here? You see, but the fact is, this is how the world works. This is how word trickery works, okay? Because everybody talks to that is what you have put before the word God, right? You're saying that everybody yapping is God, basically. That's basically what it amounts to. Demons, this is how demons play the game. They're like, yeah, just people, all they need to do is just move their lips, just yap 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 yap, and they're good. You know, that's the game that they're trying to play against me. And obviously, you know, I'm trying to tell you this is the game that demons want to play, but you know, they will be destroyed. Okay? Because, you know, if people do stuff like that in order to pretend that they are me, well, they will be destroyed. So, yeah. I mean, I've mentioned this before, but, you know, in the book of Revelation, I'll read it to you, okay? I will read it to you and I'll give you the verse number. Right? Book of Revelation, chapter 11. Okay? chapter 11. Okay. I'll start from verse 7, okay? So it says here, so it's talking about the two witnesses, okay? And it says, now, when they have finished their testimony, the beast that comes up from the abyss will attack them and overpower and kill them. Verse 8. Their bodies will lie in the public square of the great city. Okay, and stop it, bitch. Excuse me. It's Mary. She's annoying. She's really annoying, bitch. Right. So it says here, their bodies will lie in the public square of the great city, or city. Okay, and so this is the thing, right? So the city, the word, it's you know, obviously, well, you know what sodomy is, right? Anal sex. Yeah, and you know what bondage is. You know, if you tie someone with a rope, that's bondage, right? And you've probably heard of BDSM, right? And anal sex. Yeah? So it says here, their bodies will lie in, right? You know what happens when you stick something in something, yeah? So their bodies will, you know what a willy is, yeah? Their bodies willy, or their bodies will lie, yeah? Their bodies willy, or their bodies will lie in the public square. Now the interesting thing is about the word public, because you might notice that the word pubic is in the word public. Yeah? So, you know, a square, well, you know what a box is. You know, quite often someone will call some, one way of talking about someone's butthole is they call it a shit box. Yeah? So anyway, here we go. So their bodies will lie, yeah, their bodies will lie in the public square of the great city. Okay, and here's the important part. Which is, witch, you know what a witch is, right? Yeah. You know, the ones with the big fucking noses. Yeah. And the boils on their faces and all that shit. Green skin or whatever, right? Which is figuratively called Sodom and Egypt. Okay? What's Sodom associated with? Anal sex. And what is Egypt associated with? Bondage. Okay? So it says here, I'll read it to you properly again. All right, so their bodies will lie in the public square of the great city, which is figuratively called Sodom and Egypt, where also their Lord was crucified. Yeah? So, anal sex and bondage is a very serious problem for me. And people who participate in that kind of activity will be destroyed. Because if you do that kind of thing, well, what you're trying to do is you're trying to kill me, man. This is what you're trying to do to me. You're trying to kill me. You're trying to put me on a crucifix. It's your fault. You're the demon. You want to participate in sex magic and babble speak. You think you can steal God's throne. Yeah, that's what you're trying to do. You see, what is a throne? Right? A throne is something a king sits on, right? So I'm God, right? I want to sit on my throne. But my throne isn't only a chair, it's also describing, it's a sexual thing as well. All right? I want to sit on my throne. I'm God. I am the creator of all. Why am I not sitting on my, why am I not, you know what I mean? Where's my justice? You see, the reason they made, like I told you about that film, Coyote Ugly. Yeah? That's what the world has been doing to me. It's been trying to, ever since I was born, the world has been, the demons have been trying to attack me, to corrupt me in every way imaginable, make me less masculine, make me more feminine, make me perverted, and all kinds of stuff, right? The demons, they want to, have me dependent on drugs and alcohol and, try to make me lose my mind, all kinds of stuff, right? People cheating me and backstabbing me and abusing me and hurting me, people using me, stealing from me, trying to make it difficult for me to get work, making it difficult for me to socialize with people. Yeah, the list is a very long list. So, I've taken a big hit. Yeah? I mean, that's the thing, right? If you take, think of a man who's good looking. So, Brad Pitt, for instance, right? He's a good looking man. Or he would, yeah, obviously he's getting a bit old these days, but, but, yeah. But, obviously, people used to idolize him and think, wow, what a great looking guy. Or a guy like Leonardo DiCaprio. I mean, look, if you take someone, so, if you put them when they were a little boy, when they were a little child, and they were in a family that was very poor, very abusive, they were malnourished, they had, and they started smoking when they were 13 years old, 20 a day, doing drugs and all that stuff. Do you think they'd look the same? I mean, you see what happens to, people who do heroin, right? So someone who does heroin, you've probably seen pictures of what someone looks like before they start taking the drug, and then what they look like afterwards. But you see, the world has been trying to kill me. That's the thing. The world has done this to me. It's tried to torture me. And it still does. I mean, there are several billion people in this world who several billion people in this world think they're me. Do you see how that's a problem? Could you not see? Imagine that you had several billion people who thought they were you. Could you see how that would be a problem? And that they reject you whenever you try to speak up for yourself and say, no, but I'm him. They go, no, you're not. You're a loser. No one likes you. Fuck off. And then what you're going to tell me that's my fault. It's my fault that that I've had problems. Imagine the entire planet ganging up on you with witchcraft. And whenever you switch on the television, you're being mocked. Whenever you read the news, you're being mocked. Whenever you watch a movie, you're being mocked, or you're having witchcraft done against you. You know, that's been my entire life. Yeah. Switch on the radio. It's like a clown show. That's my experience of the world. Is it's a clown show that it's a all I see are clowns that want to kill me. But the thing is, I'm God. Ultimately, I'm in control of the clown show. Because I'm the source of power. I'm the source of power. So, those clowns that are out there, all the clowns, well, the only reason they still breathe is because I've allowed them to breathe. Right? The only reason they're not dead is because I've allowed it for a time. That's it. And they're totally dependent on my energy to survive. But they hate me. They hate my power. They hate me so much. They want my power. They wish they were me, but they're not me. They want to pretend that they're me until they can't pretend any longer. See, there are demons that think that if they pretend that they're me for long enough, that eventually I will cease to exist and that they will replace me somehow. That's not going to work. They have fooled themselves by believing that. They are obviously very stupid. You ever met a stupid person who didn't know what they were doing? You ever met them before? I'm God. I can't be defeated. Obviously Jesus Christ was crucified. Would you say that? Would you call that a defeat? Would you call that a defeat? Maybe a person who was there and saw the crucifixion may have thought, yeah, look, he's been defeated. Look at him. Says he's the Son of God, Son of Man. He's come to save everybody, but look at him, he can't even save himself. Well, obviously, people debate these things, don't they? People have different opinions. And it's exactly the same. For me, yeah, it's a very similar, I cannot be defeated. I succeed at what I'm meant to do. So, the reason I'm making this video, I felt like talking. I felt like speaking. I saw those articles this morning about the pornography and the whore lying and Donald Trump's, he's getting all excited about Holy Week and stuff like that. Yeah, I just thought I'd mention it. That's the thing. I see it. I see the sickness in this world. I see the sickness of the world, and people think I'm sick. They think I'm crazy. I'm looking at the Daily Mail right now. That's the thing. Every single day, I'm a male, right? I'm a man. I'm God. Daily Mail. Anyways, I'm looking at the Daily Mail, the Mail Online. Top article at the moment is, it's talking about Freddie Flintoff, the Top Gear driver. And how, he was a good-looking man, wasn't he? And then, he had a crash, he had a car crash, and then, he's got scars all down his face. You've seen the film Scarface, right? He has a big mountain of drugs. Yeah, he's like, he's got you hear my nose. I haven't done. I used to have a problem with ketamine. Yeah, some people call it Katie. My name's not Katie. Yeah, but I had. The thing is, I grew up in a house where drugs were. My mum had lots of drugs when I was a kid. So, I was. I mean, imagine growing up in a house where your parent is an alcoholic or a drug user. You know, I mean, that's the thing. You know, I got drawn into it. My mom was a smoker and a drug user and an alcoholic. And I was surrounded by those types of people. Like, literally everyone I knew when I was young, that's all they were, drug users and alcoholics. That's what I grew up with. Anyways, Scarface. Well, you know, this is the thing, right? I mean, you know, if, well, this is the thing. People have done all this witchcraft to me. But, you seen Pennywise, yeah? I'm starting to get, like, wonky eyes and stuff, you know? But yeah, I mean, you know what I mean? Yikes. But the fact is that, you know, if I'd grown up in a household where I had parents who treated me well and loved me, you know, probably I would look different today. Yeah, I definitely would. You know, I would look a lot healthier. Um, you know, I'd probably look more developed as well, and all that stuff. But you know, it is the way that it is. And if people, people, if people want to say, "Oh, he's ugly," well, I'm God. You wanna call God ugly? You know, it's just so fucking stupid. It's so fucking stupid, isn't it? I'm God. You know, whether you think I'm good looking or not doesn't change the fact that I'm God. You know, a lot of people, they just think I'm just some loser who wants to get laid. In fact, actually, I tell you what, that's the thing, like, I'll be honest with you. I mean, really, I just want to get wasted. I just want to get totally fucking wasted. That's what I want to fucking do. I want to spit in someone's face. That's what I want to fucking do. I mean, that's the thing. You know, all I see is a world that hates me. How am I supposed to feel better? How am I supposed to, why would I even want to be in the same room as a person who's talked so much shit about me? I just want people to know who I am so I can get vengeance quicker. Or we can do it the slow way. The slow, painful way. Yeah. You know, which way you want to do it? That's the question, isn't it? But to be honest with you, I mean, I don't really drink anymore. And I don't do drugs. I smoke cigarettes like a chimney. Yeah. But I tell you what, what I really want? I want to be in a jacuzzi. That's what I want to be. I want to be in a jacuzzi and I want to be totally off my nuts. Yeah, I want to be totally. Yeah, that's what I want. I want to be somewhere I'm comfortable, and I I want to forget about everybody. That's what I want. That's how I feel. I don't feel like getting in bed with anybody. No. The fact is that well, that's the thing, imagine several billion people all telling you you're a loser and they hate you and you're ugly. How? And they won't stop. Um, it's hard. It's hard for me not to feel affected by that. It really is. And the fact is, I'm 37 years old. I've got my libido is just is basically non-existent. I grew up. I was like when I was a teenager, I was a really horny teenager. I'll tell you that much. I really was. But all the years of all the stuff I've been through, it's taken its toll on me. I literally have no libido left. I mean, there are lots of guys out there who are in their 30s, 40s, 50s. They're just gone. There are people in their 60s. People who just keep having, their libidos just seem, it just goes on and on and on and on and on. It never seems dead. But mine, well, I can barely get out of this chair. I can barely wash the dishes. I can barely clean my house. You know what I mean? Like, that's about as much energy, you know what I mean? I have no energy. My libido is, and the fact is that, getting with a woman with, and, I feel, you know what I mean? I feel totally rejected already. And, I've looked back at all the relationships I ever had, all those bitches I was ever with, all they ever did was use me. That's all they ever did. So, little witches wanting to be close to me, God, so they could try to steal power from me. That's the only reason they ever did it. It's the entire situation for me is a total turn off. It really is. I want people to know who I am, and I want to be treated like the king. I want to be treated like God, right? Like how I should be treated. Not hung on a crucifix, but put in a palace, sat on a chair on a throne, yeah, and have people clean and cook me food, and I can sort the world out. That's what I want to do more than that, and I want I want security as well. I don't want people getting close to me. I don't want them. There are people I don't want close to me. I want them kept at a distance. Could you blame me? Could you blame me for wanting to keep people at a distance? Anyways, the only reason I've kept going this long I've been trying to get to, I want to complete this. I want to finish this. I've had enough. The only reason I live is to complete this. That's really that's all I exist. That's the only reason I'm existing for, is to get this thing done that I want to get done. I have no other reason that I want to be here. None at all. I've endured so much hatred and mockery. People constantly doing witchcraft and sorcery to try to mess with my life. Remember what I said about Birmingham? Yeah, you want to have a look at my place? Look, have a look. Yeah, see that? See what trash looks like? Yeah. So you're going to tell me that what's happening in Birmingham has nothing to do with what my house looks like? That's just a coincidence, is it? Just like everything else. Is it hard for you to understand that the situation is the way that it is? You know, I am presented to you in a very simple way. Why would that be? Why would it be that way, do you think? You know, why would it be that way? Why would it be that way? I know the answer, but do you? Because if you knew the answer, then surely you would listen to me. You would take what I'm saying seriously. So you remember what I was talking about, the film Coyote Ugly, and you know the singer, woman who wrote the music for that film, you know, Can't Fight the Moonlight. It was by a singer songwriter called LeAnn Rimes. Now remember what I told you about. If you watched my previous video, you know, I've been talking about Aaliyah Dana Houghton. Okay. She was Mary, the Virgin Mary. She died in 2001 in a plane crash. See, her name, Lee, is her name. Okay, so Lee. There's Lee and there's Ree. So she's Lee and she's Ree. Okay, so Lee. Well, I mean that's the thing, right? I'm Lee as well. Well, that's the thing. You know, I own Lee. Yeah? Remember what Jesus said? Only my Father knows when the second coming will be. Well, that's the thing. I own Lee. Yeah, Mary. Yeah, you know what the Leon is? Leon? A lion? Yeah? So her ghost is on the front of me. Yeah, Lee. That's her. She's right in front of me. Ghost. Invisible ghost, yeah? I'm tired of living in a world. All it wants to do is rob me of my happiness. Yeah, you know that singer? Robin, Rihanna, Fenty? Yeah? Rob, 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 Rob. Yeah? Yeah? White robes? You gonna put your white robe on, are you? Your white robe? I'm tired of the world trying to rob me. That's what the world does. It's constantly trying to rob me through their words and their actions. Trying to steal my identity. I mean, look at the other news article. You know, they're talking about British steel. Yeah? Oh, the future seems uncertain for British steel. Hey, did you notice that one? There's so many stories I could talk about. And what's that bitch? Katy Perry. I mean, okay, so I had an addiction problem with ketamine, okay? You know who Matthew Perry is. You know, the guy who played Chandler in Friends. What happened to him? He died in a hot tub, in a jacuzzi, right? He was in some sort of jacuzzi thing. And he took a lot of ketamine and he drowned. So, ketamine is called Katie. Okay? So, because obviously, you know, when people go out looking for drugs, they don't, you know, when they start, you know, they don't call it by, you know, they have nicknames, right? So, you know, it's a way of saying ketamine without saying ketamine. You say Katie. Oh, have you seen Katie today? Do you know where I could find Katie? You know, that's why it got that name. You know, called Special K or Katie, right? And obviously, well, you know, what's that singer's name? You know, the singer, you know, Katy Perry. She did that song with Kanye West. What was it called? Alien? Alien, isn't it? So look, Katy Perry, Alien. Yeah. Oh, it's called E.T. Okay, which stands for extraterrestrial, which is what you call alien. Okay, and so she went up in the in that, you know, so Jeff Bezos, yeah, you know, he's got his Blue Origin space rocket. Okay, well, that's the thing. I'm God. I am Origin. Yeah, I'm God. Yeah, God. Yeah, I am the I am the creator. I am the origin of everything you know. Yeah. Okay, so blue is a color, but also, you know, the wind blew, or God breathed life into man. If God breathed life into man, that means he was blowing air. But that was in the past. So that's blue. Yeah? So God blew life into man, basically. Okay? That's how you can, you know. So Blue Origin. Okay, so the Blue Origin spacecraft, yeah? And then, the capsule that these women were in, right? So it was an all-female crew, yeah? And that's the thing, my dead mom, Fiona, well, that's the name, her name was Fee, right? I'm male, she was called Fee. I was her biological son, right? In that sense. Female, right? So you had the all-female crew, and they go up in the sky, yeah, in the Shepherd capsule. So the capsule they were in is called Shepherd. Yeah, you know what a shepherd is? Yeah, you know what Jesus Christ was, a shepherd. Yeah, that's how he was described. Yeah, shepherd. And what's the name of Katy Perry? So that's it's code for Ketamine Perry. So you have Matthew Perry. I mean, that's the thing, right? He played a character called Chandler, right? You notice how the word Chandler looks very similar to the word chandelier. Yeah, I mean, have you seen that song with by Sia? Yeah, Sia, with the little girl dancing around, and the song's called Chandelier. Because then the thing is, the name Chandler is in the word chandelier, right? And talking about the chandelier, it hangs from the ceiling. It's that bright light with all the crystal cut glass on it and all that stuff, and it looks wonderful. It's you find it in rich people's houses a lot of the time. You see that chandelier. It's that bright thing on that hangs from the ceiling. You see, the ceiling is obviously the ceiling is, well, that's the thing. People call the sky the ceiling. Yeah, the sky is this. That's the thing. There's a there people can make that comparison. And you know how Elon Musk, he has his Dragon space rockets, yeah, his Dragon space rockets, and he sends them up to the International Space Station and stuff like that, yeah. And then you go up to the space station, and there have been people like there, like who are there's a guy there who's called Don. He's called Don Petite. Yeah, Don Petite. Yeah. What's that code word for? Well, D. What does D mean then? So Dick. Yeah. So Dick Petite. Yeah. He might as well be called Small Dick or Donald. Yeah. And who was there before? There was Butch Williams. Yeah, so Butch Willie. Yeah, Butch Williams. And then there was, he was Butch. I can't remember what his surname was, but there's Butch, the guy. And then there was the woman, and she was called Sunny, or Sanita, I think it was. Very strange names. Very strange names. But the fact is that the world is totally obsessed. It's not that it's totally obsessed with my energy, is that it needs my energy. It would be the entire point of me being Jesus Christ was, I obviously looked at man, I looked at mankind, I looked at the human race, and I said, I knew, I gave him a path to follow so he can be. And that's the thing, the entire point of Jesus Christ, Jesus Christ is called the head of the church, right? And those who follow Jesus are of the body of Christ, right? Okay? So basically what that means is that you become Jesus Christ. Yeah? And so you have to become Jesus Christ. You have to follow Jesus Christ to become a part of his body. And when you become part of his body, that's how you get to me, God, the Father. You know, there was a reason why Jesus, well, it was, things were done the way that they were done for a reason. I was Jesus Christ. I set the example. You know what an example is. If I had done it any other way, man wouldn't have been able to follow the example properly. He simply wouldn't have done it as well. You know, the reason why Jesus did it the way he did it was because he wanted man to copy him exactly, basically. Yeah? I was making it as simple as I could for man to follow. Yeah? But then, you know, people want to, you know, invent things like, you know, the Trinity, and, you know, they want to talk about the, you know, and then they want to do all their weird witchcraft, you know, things like Celtic knots. You know what a Celtic knot is? You know, that's the thing, right? The Celtic knot is supposed to symbolize the Trinity, but it's a rope that's been tied. Yeah? So, you know, this is what man does. You know, he's like, oh, look, there's God. Let's tie a rope around him so he can't do anything. And then you want to say that you're a Christian. Yeah? Do you see where the problem lies? Yeah? You see where do you see how that's a problem for me? When people, you know how in voodoo, you know, people will get, you know, you have someone who they'll make a voodoo doll or something like that. They'll take an item of somebody's, yeah, take something that steal something from them, yeah, and then they'll get like a doll and they'll fashion it in the likeness of that person that they want to attack, and then they'll attack the doll. Well, this is essentially what the world does to me. The world is constantly trying to do that type of witchcraft against me. And I'm still here. I'm still alive. Yeah. So. I mean, you know, so Jeff Bezos, right? He owns the company Amazon, right? Obviously, that word Amazon comes from the Amazon rainforest. You know, people are concerned about the environment and all the bad things that are happening, right? But, you know, they'll go to their, you know, they're worried about all the, you know, the fires that happen in the Amazon. You know, they're like, they don't want to see the Amazon burn down, but they'll go on Amazon, the website, and they'll buy themselves an Amazon Fire, won't they? They'll buy themselves one of those Amazon Fire tablets. Yeah, they'll get those, and they'll sit at home all day with their Amazon Fire sticks and their telly, yeah, watching Netflix and Amazon Prime. Yeah, and then when they switch on the news and find out, oh look, the Amazon's on fire again, you know. You know, I heard someone the other day saying that apparently in 1 year there are 20,000 fires in the Amazon rainforest. Apparently. I mean, I had no idea, but apparently that's true. You know, people drive around in cars. They have internal combustion engine cars, right? For instance, you know, this is one example. But you know, that spells ice. The word ice, and then people wonder why. You know, the polar ice caps, they wonder why they're melting. Yeah. There are lots of reasons for these things, but the fact is that people don't understand what they do on a daily basis They don't understand what the effects and the consequences of what they're doing. They have no idea. So all these people, all these demons, right? So all these people who think they hate me, they deny me, they reject me, they would rather believe that they're God or someone else's God rather than me. They're the kind of idiots who go around destroying everything. And then, ultimately they destroy themselves and everyone around them. All these people who, they think they've got money and status and friends and all this shit, right? They can go down the pub and socialize with all their mates. They can go, wherever and party with their friends. If I told them, I said, all those people you hang out with, they're actually your enemies. They're all your enemies. They're just, well, they are demons. You're their enemy and they're your enemy. And you're all fooling yourselves, believing otherwise. You're a bunch of demons just killing each other, but you don't even know it. Yeah. I mean, obviously they're brothers and sisters in Christ. That's different. That's a good thing. But, yeah, I shouldn't have to say any more than that. I mean, when I was younger, I used to take drugs with other guys and girls as well, I suppose. Yeah. And we'd all hang around in groups. Yeah? And we'd all hang out together. We were always looking for the next high, the next party, the next, bit of fun, always looking for that thrill. And a lot of it was drugs. I mean, if you most people would understand that when you've got a whole bunch of people together who do drugs together, that they're probably not the best, they need to get away from that. They need to separate themselves from that group in order to heal, right? What's the same with people and, most people in this world, they have all their friends and, you tell your friends, well, actually, I started going to church yesterday and, I believe in God now and, and then everyone hates you because they think you're mad, they think you're nuts. Well, then, that's when you say, well, fuck you lot then, bye. You know what I'm saying? Yeah. People don't know who their real friends are. They don't. Everybody's fake. Fake, 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 fake. The world is... There are billions of fake people on this planet. Yeah? I mean, start with Adam and Eve. They were fake, weren't they? What were they? They were the original fakers, weren't they? Adam and Eve. I'm the original one. I'm God. I'm the creator. I created Adam and Eve. And then they decided they wanted to be fakers. And then, yeah, that's where it started from, right? Well, the book of Genesis, right? That's how the story went, right? The world has billions and billions and billions and billions of fakers. Excuse me. Why settle for something that's fake? Why settle for what is fake? What is crap? Why can't you love what is real? I'm God. I'm real. What's wrong with loving me? Why is it so difficult? I mean, obviously you might look at me and you might think, well, I'm not worthy of your love, right? Maybe it's hard for you to love this. But remember what I did, right? I was crucified. I was Jesus Christ. You know, that's how you love. That's how you can love me. If you can't love me through Jesus Christ, well, there's really not. What more can I? Obviously I've explained my story and how my life has been. If not, if either story can't help you, then I can't really do anything for you. I'd be wasting my time trying to explain anything else to you in that case. So that, going back to that phrase, everybody talks to God. Well, I actually talk, well, you don't know. I talk to myself. In fact, most of my life, I have talked to myself. Even when I had what I used to call friends, right? Even then, I used to talk to myself. Even when I was at home by myself, I always used to talk to myself. I had this habit my entire life, pretty much, of talking to myself. I don't know how not to talk to myself. It's weird. Like when I'm by myself. I mean, now the thing is when I got surrounded by ghosts, that was a big shocker to me. And I remember, like, after I got surrounded by ghosts, and I was going to go and talk to myself, and I just thought to myself, well, hang on a minute. I've been talking to myself for so long. Who have I really been talking to? Have I been talking to ghosts? Have I been talking to God? Have I been talking to myself? I mean, now when I talk, I'm talking to the ghosts, the spirits that are around me. Moses is behind me, so I talk to him a lot of the time. So, but it's weird. I thought I should explain that. I used to always talk to myself. Yeah. Well, that's the thing, I've always, because I've I know what it's like to be lonely, and sometimes I talk to myself. I used to talk to myself to cheer myself up and stuff like that. To keep myself, I would keep myself company. Strangely enough, I learned how to keep myself company, basically. I mean, I certainly wouldn't be the only person who talks to himself. There are probably quite a lot of people in this world who talk to themselves as well. Yeah, they do. I wouldn't be the only one. But in their case, but that's the thing, right? I don't know, are you a person who talks to yourself sometimes? Who are you really talking to? Who's listening to you? And the thing is that I'm God, and the entire world is trying to battle me with their babble and their words and all this stuff. So I guess, the thing is, me talking on a day, even when I don't have anyone to talk to, or when I felt like I never had anybody to talk to, the words would come out anyway. The words have to come out somehow, I guess. So I just let the words come out that want to come out. I don't stop myself. I don't prevent myself from talking because there's no one within earshot. Yeah, there's no one that I can see that would listen to me. Because the fact is that the world would never give me an opportunity to speak otherwise. The world wants me to keep my mouth shut. I refuse to shut my mouth. If I want to close my mouth, yeah, I can do that. But I'll speak if I want to. And that's the other thing, right? Because a lot of people like to describe God as silent. You know, God doesn't speak. Or does God speak? Or God speaks through this and God speaks through that and blah 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 blah. Yeah, it's very complicated. Yeah. But I'm here, I'm actually speaking. Yeah. Anyway. I got some new things. I've been buying a few things recently. Maybe I'll just show it to you because I just feel like to, yeah. I bought a new, got myself a nice new wallet. Don't know if you can see that. It's a Mont Blanc wallet. So, yeah, I had a voucher to spend. I had a £250 voucher to spend, so I had to buy something. I couldn't figure out what else I wanted from the shop that I bought it from. And I bought a because I have a Mont Blanc pen. I have a Mont Blanc pen, which is about £500 or £600, and hang on. So I got this Mont Blanc notepad. It's a silver lined notebook. Guess how much this cost? No, Mont Blanc, made in Italy. £60 for a notebook. Couldn't believe it. But I thought, you know, if I got the pen, well, I might as well get a notebook. I don't know when I'm going to use it. For some reason, I bought that, and I bought a Samsung tablet, which was over £1,000. Well, I got it for £900 actually, with a discount. And that comes with a pen. And I got another tablet. I'll show you that. This thing's really cool actually. Well, strangely enough, it's called. I don't know if you can. Yeah, you can. Maybe you can see it on there. It says Remarkable. So it's the Remarkable Paper Pro, and this is a leather case. It's a leather case. It's really expensive. I mean, it's really, really thin. It's really, really thin. But it's called a folio, and it cost about, I think it was like 150, £170 or something like that. But in total, it cost me about, it was about £730. So if I open this, I have to put my code in. But essentially, I've got a pen, and I can write. I can just write on it like that, you know. So it's basically like a very expensive electronic notepad, and it's got color on it. So it's a color e-ink device, and you know, I can do, you know, like a paintbrush, I can do crayons, I can do whatever, right? I'm not very good at drawing art, although yeah, I just thought you know, it's a nice thing to have, you know. Maybe if I go sit in the park one day, maybe I can take it with me, do a drawing or something. And I've got comic books as well. There's a few comic books I want to read, and it's good for comics. So I mean, this is the thing, right? Obviously, you know, well, you're probably wondering, like, why would God want to read comics for? Well, this is the thing, because art reflects me, okay? And so, you know, and that's the thing, art is magic. You see, the reason man likes to create so much art, music, art, movies, TV, and all the other stuff, right? It's all about trying to draw power away from me, yeah? Draw power away from me, right? So they want to take my story. That's the thing, right? Because demons inspire them with my story, right? So a demon will be like, hey, make a story about this, right? So they'll take a slice of my life, my existence, and they'll make it into an art form it creates there's all sorts of magical trickery in there. For instance, I'll give you a good example. The anime series, Death Note. Okay, so Death Note, if you've ever seen that, there's the two main characters. One's called L, he's the detective, right? And obviously in Hebrew, L means God, right? And L is the detective, and he's hunting a killer called Kira. And obviously you've heard of the film Akira as well. So Akira, and Kira is called Light Yagami. So Yagami. Obviously, if you spell that backwards, it spells IMA. So I'm a, or I'm a gay. And that's the thing. Well, that's the thing. My dead mom, she was gay, right? And the thing is about my butt is that I have a rainbow. But you know, the rainbow encircles the throne of God. Yeah, that's why. Because of all the magic and stuff. Yeah. You know, Sodom, Egypt, like I said. Anyways, I know, I'm sorry, I don't mean to get all graphic on you, but you know, that's how it is. So, you know, this is the thing, right? Because that's the thing. I'm L, I'm God, and I'm light. I'm both. You know, but they want to create a series called Death Note, and they want to try to make God and Light two separate characters that are fighting each other, right? And Light, he kills L, the detective, and then at the end of the series, at the end of the story, Light dies. So L dies and Light dies, right? And it's called Death Note. Yeah, and obviously I was born under the zodiac. I got the zodiac sign of Scorpio, and I'm associated with the Death card in the tarot deck. And obviously, you know, the fourth horseman of the apocalypse is called Death, right? Yeah, there were only 4 horses, remember? And Death is the 4th horseman, right? So does that really mean that I'm all 4? Or does it mean I'm only the 4th one? Or what does it mean? You know, you can look at it in different ways, right? I know, you know, it's so random, isn't it? How, but that's the thing, you know. It's you know that game that people play. You know, I Spy with My Little Eye. Yeah. I mean, you know, I can look everywhere. It's everywhere. You know what I mean? I can find something to talk about all over the place. And the way things connect together, well, it's very messy. It's very, very messy. That's why humans don't see it. That's why humans don't notice it. You know? I mean, like, you think of like a child. You think of children in the classroom. You know, a teacher will read a story to them, and then they'll hear something funny in the language. You know, like the word fatigue. You know, fatigue means tired. But you know, some people might pronounce it fatty gay. Yeah, fatty gay. Fatty gay. You know, some kid might think that's funny. Yeah, well, he's a fatty gay. See what I'm saying? But people don't see how everything connects together. There's all sorts of weird code word all over the place, right? People don't see the big picture. They see the tiny little dots, and then they forget about it, and they just go back to their demon-inspired world. Yeah, something like that, right? I mean, you know, I saw, you know, talking about that, you know, what was that? Rory McIlroy, you know, he won the golf tournament thing the other day. You know, he gets all teary-eyed, he starts crying. And and there's a story about his ex-wife and his new mistress and all this stuff, and the headline said, Rory, master of his universe. He's master of his universe. I'm God. How am I supposed to feel when I read a headline like that? Yeah. I read headlines that annoy the hell out of me. They make me very angry, right? And then you got all these people around the world. They all want to, they want to snort lines, right? They want to put a line in their head, right? They want to snort a line of coke or a line of ketamine or whatever it is they want to snort, right? Headline, yeah, because everyone wants to be part of the headlines as well. Yeah, you see how that works? That's called magic. That's magician stuff, okay? That's how, that's an example of how what you do on a daily basis, it matters, yeah? Because, if you're going around, if you're, for instance, if you were a cokehead, right? Yeah? Well, it tells me something. It tells me something, right? You want to be important. That's the thing, right? Because people get addicted to coke. They want to be important. They want to be important. I mean, the coke. Cocaine is it boosts the confidence, doesn't it? I mean, I got addicted to ketamine because it's a very powerful antidepressant. Yeah. That's why ketamine is so dangerous, really, I would say, is because it's such a if someone is suffering from severe depression and then they get hooked on that, it's very hard to ever get out of it. Because it provides such an escape from reality. That's the thing. It's like you've wandered into a new universe. You've just gone totally into space mode. You're like, whoa. I mean, that's what happens, and the horrible thing is that the more someone does it, the more they need to get that feeling. So, because people develop a tolerance to it, and so it becomes more and more and more dangerous. And it's not good for the kidneys. Yeah, it's bad for the kidneys. Yeah, and the nose, I would say as well. Yeah. Right. But that's why the demons wanted me to go down that path. They wanted to push me into self-destruction mode. Right? That's what they wanted to do. That's what all the demons ever try to do to me, is try to get me to self-destruct. Because the thing is, I'm very powerful, right? The easiest way to get rid of me is to try to get me to get rid of myself. Yeah. That's one way of looking at it. I mean, what did Jesus say, about the crucifixion? Well, Jesus said, I'll lay down my life. That's my choice. I'm the one choosing to do it. Right? That's what Jesus said. Right? I'll put it down and I'll take it back up again. Right? You know the story? Right? We should do. So it's going to be a long weekend, so you're going to have a lot of time to watch this video. It's strange, you know. I've lost. So the other day, I looked at how many subscribers I've got on my YouTube channel, and it said 65, and now it seems, I think it's 63. You know, I've been posting quite a lot of videos, and you know, on the view count, it tells me that I've got 1 or maybe 2 or maybe 3 views on my new videos. It's like I couldn't tell. Moses tells me that he tells me that there are other people watching. There are more people watching than I can see with the view count. So yeah, I mean, I've heard that complaint about YouTube before, because YouTube does that to other people as well, because other people experience that same problem, and a lot of people have complained about that problem as well. You know, so going back to that song again, so everybody talks to God. Well, what is YouTube? You know, YouTube is, you know, what does that really mean? You, okay, so, you know, you is, it's like, that's the second person. You have the first person, second person, third person. So first person would be, you know, like I, me, or something, right? Something like that. And then there's you. Yeah, so you, but you is also a female sheep. Okay? A female sheep. And obviously that's very confusing for me, because my dead mom, she was called Fee. Okay? So female sheep. That's spelled, so you is spelled E-W-E. And obviously, so you have you. So it's you, and then it's tube. So this is the thing, you know, it's a sex magic thing. You know, it's all about the colon. It's all about the buttocks, the anus. You know, I'll give you another example. You know what Nirvana is? Yeah, you know, Kurt Cobain, the guy who took a shotgun and yeah, blasted his own head off. Yeah, he was in a band called Nirvana. No, so I think is it in Buddhism? It's probably Buddhism or something like that, right? Like Nirvana is supposed to be like, yeah, it's like their word for heaven, isn't it? Well, that's the thing. You know, what's a nerve? You know, in the human body, that there's a part of the body that has more nerve endings than any other part of the body. Guess where it is? It's the anus. Yeah? The anus. So, nerve, Anna. And obviously, my ex-girlfriend, I was with her when I was about 24 years old, so like 23, 24, something like that. Her name was Ania, A-N-I-A. And, well, her bottom, yeah, I used her bottom a lot. So, nerve Anna, yeah, you know what a nerve ending is, yeah. Nirvana. Well, this is the thing, you see, because in the book of Revelation, you know, it talks about heaven. You know, it talks about God sitting on his throne. Okay, so, you know, book of Revelation, chapter 4, and there's chapter 5 as well. So, you know, the idea of how heaven is described in the book of Revelation, it all has to do with me, God, sitting on my throne. Okay? You see, the world, the universe is connected to my butt. Okay? It's like I sit on the universe. Yeah? The universe is below my anus. That's one way of it's a strange thing to have to describe, but that's how I look at it. And it makes sense to me. I mean, have you ever seen, I don't know, I used to play a game called, well, you know what poker is, right? Poker. I used to play No Limit Hold'em poker, Texas Hold'em poker, right? And I used to use software called Hold'em Manager 2. Okay, and Hold'em Manager 2, it's like a database software. So, players will go online and they run Hold'em Manager, they run the software, so it creates an overlay on top of the poker game. And so it will have all kinds of statistics about all the different players and say, what their behaviors like, how do they, what's their playing style, and, what kind of things are they doing, and all the statistics can be displayed. And it collects data on them. So, and it stores all that information in a database in the software in Hold'em Manager 2, right? It's quite, but it's an example. You see, the world, most people, they see the world and they see it without the overlay on top, right? But I look at everything with the overlay, right? I see everything, I see how all the magic things connect together, right? I see all that in my mind, because I've learned it. And people reject what I say, yeah, I don't see that. It's like, yeah, but you don't see that through your eyeballs. Yeah, you have to understand it with your mind. Like, I'm telling you how it is, right? I'm trying to open your mind, right? I'm trying to show you how it really is. I mean, you've seen the film The Matrix. You start to see all the ones and zeros everywhere, right? But I'm not just talking about numbers. I'm talking about words, numbers, code. Code. I'm not talking about computer code specifically. Obviously, I'm talking about how you can. Do you know what I mean? Like, for instance, the word house. Yeah. I mean, it says use house. Oh, how's it going? Yeah, how's it going? How's it going? How's it hanging? Whatever, right? What's up? What's up, man? Hi, hello. How are you? So, I mean, for instance, the word dynasty, like in China, there was the Han dynasty. Well, I got hand, right? And obviously I was Jesus Christ, I had a nasty death, die nasty, yeah, so hand dynasty. It's all babble, 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 babble. Demons keep trying to build a language that they can try to steal power from me. You see? Obviously, humans have a lot of different languages. And obviously, over the last few thousand years, well, how many languages have there been? Yeah? English is my native language. It's my first language, right? In this lifetime. So, it's the one I understand. It's the one I know, right? I don't speak every single language in the world. And to me, English is probably the most important one. Probably, but, I know a bit of Latin, a bit of Spanish, a bit of other stuff, but whatever. I try to, I do the best that I can, right? I mean, it does actually say in the Bible, in the scriptures, it says that, the devil, he speaks in his native tongue, or something like, there's a verse somewhere in there that says something like that, right? Well, whatever, right? Well, it's food, just something to think about, right? Well, I'm God. That's the thing. I am God. I'm Father. Satan is beneath me, really. Well, that's the thing. Satan, I mean? Like, well, I'm sat on my butt. I'm sat. So what does that make me then? Does that make me sat anus? Well, that, if you write that word, sat anus, or sat anus, right? SATAN us. Yeah? So, how do I get away from that? Do I have to always be standing? So if I am I supposed to stand 24 hours a day, 7 days a week? Because I can't sit down, because someone will be like, oh, but he's sane. Or if I go to my bed and I lie down, well, you say I'm a liar. So what the fuck am I supposed to do then? You know what I mean? That's how the world tries to trap me, with words. So he can point his finger at me, call me a liar, call me evil, and say that I'm not God. I'm presented to you in an ordinary way. You have to make the decision whether, you have to, you will either believe me or you won't. And if you don't, well, you ain't got long left. Things are going to get very bad for you if you don't love me. If you don't love me, through Jesus Christ. Yeah, I've explained my story. I've told you who I was. There's some people, they seem to think that, Jesus, he came and he was crucified, and then, think, well, what's he going to do when he comes back again? There are actually some people, I've heard it before, but some people think that Jesus comes back just to be, to be crucified again. And then, 2,000 years later, he'll just do it again and again and again and again and again. Just so man can just be happy and do what he likes. Or whatever, right? I mean, that suggestion is absurd. It really is. I did it. I was Jesus Christ. I'm Father. I'm entitled to do what I want to do. Okay? You may not, you might think, oh, well, that's sinful. You can't do that. You can't do this. You can't swear. You can't smoke. You can't do drugs. You can't, you can't have an orgy or whatever. But the fact is, I'm God, okay? I'm supposed to decide what I want to do. You don't tell me what to do. Yeah? You're not supposed to judge me. You're not supposed to look at me and be like, oh, look, you're fucking ugly. I don't like you. Or, you look like a loser. Or a junkie. Or, I don't like your bald head. Or, your 4 eyes, motherfucker. Or whatever it is, right? What am I supposed to do with you? I endure so much hatred. And it's time for me to pour out my wrath on the world. Do you understand? So yeah, there's going to be, I'm going to be swearing, I'm going to be getting mad and angry. I want to terrify people. I do. I want to see people absolutely terrified before I utterly destroy them. After everything I've endured, would you blame me? I mean, the fact is that, people think, a lot of people think I'm harmless. Or, they don't really see me as a threat. But there is nobody who is more dangerous than me, because every human being's survival depends on me. And without me, well, everyone gets, without me, there's only one thing that can happen, and that is death and destruction. That's all someone can get if they don't love me. So that does make me the most dangerous. Yeah, it does. I don't look it. You don't think I am, but whatever, right? That song by Papa Roach? Yeah, Papa Roach. What's a roach? Oh, a cockroach. Oh, right. So Papa Cockroach, yeah? Papa Roach. That's the thing, when I was that age, I used to smoke weed. I'd have and even when sometimes when I smoked Rolly cigarettes, I'd make a cardboard roach, I'd put it in my cigarette. I mean, normally I use filters in my cigarettes. Look how yellow that is. Anyways, see how yellow my fingers are? That's hardly anything compared to a lot. I used to get thick brown stains on my fingers, really thick. Anyways, so Papa Roach, got that song, "Getting Away with Murder." I actually saw them at I saw them at Camden Barfly when I was 15 years old. I was 15 years old. I got on the train from Brighton, went to London, went to Camden, and I think I went with one friend. Then I went with him, and we went and saw Papa Roach play at Camden Barfly. So it was actually just after they released that album, which was, had She Loves Me Not and Getting Away with Murder. And it was only about 200 people. So it was a really interesting gig, right? I can't stand Papa Roach's music these days. It's awful. I saw a song that they done, and it was by Papa Roach, and it was called "The Leader of the Broken Hearted." Right? So his song's called "The Leader of the Broken Hearted." Who's the leader of the broken hearted? Jesus Christ. Yeah? Look, I'm God. I was Jesus Christ. And the Papa Roach, what's he trying to do you think? Well, he wants to be God. He wants to be the leader of the broken hearted. You see? Anyways, when I went to go see them, the next day I went to go see the Lost Prophets. Yeah, well, actually, it was my friend, a guy I used to be friends with. He liked that band, the Lost Prophets. I wasn't, I didn't really care that much, but he wanted me to go. So I met him on, was it Oxford Street or something like that? We went, it was Virgin Megastore on Oxford Street or something like that. We went to go see him there. I spent the entire night in London wandering around in the night. I stayed up all night. I didn't have anywhere to stay that night. So as Papa Roach was the night before, I went to go see the Lost Prophet. So I stayed up all night. So I went to 2 gigs, on 2 different nights, and then I had to get the train back to Brighton. And I also saw that band Stained. I saw them at Brixton Academy. I can't remember how old I was, but I would have been a teenager at the time. Yeah. Yeah, I still remember the time when I saw Papa Roach. You know, I was actually right at the front, and Jacoby Shaddix, he was literally on the stage, and he was leaning over the top of me. I was literally like right underneath him. Yeah. Yeah, I've been to a lot of gigs when I was younger. Anyway. I mean, that's the thing, you know, it's so easy for me to get drawn into all these things because these people reflect my energy back at me. So, you know, I'm having trouble in my life, yeah? And then these bands, they're literally talking about my story. You know how young kids are like, oh, I identify with this band because all their songs, they always sound like they're about my life and this and that and that. Well, look, that's total, well, yes, because it's my energy and everyone wants to copy me, right? There's so many people mimicking me, and there's so much, you know, see, the world copies me in so many different ways. And so my story, it becomes the central focus of everybody in some way or another, right? And so this is why, you know, back when Limp Bizkit were, you know, really big, and you know, Linkin Park and Papa Roach, because that's what I used to listen to when I was a kid, when I was a teenager. And everyone's like, yeah, you know, I can totally identify with this music and blah, 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 blah. I mean, when I left, when I was 16 years old, that's when I started going clubbing and I started listening to dance music, so breakbeat, drum and bass, house music, stuff like that. You know, I mean, Chester Bennington from Linkin Park, well, he actually got, you know, he got involved with an electronic band. Yeah, he actually, apparently, I haven't listened to it, but he actually got involved with a band that was an electronic band. Yeah, I mean, why do you think that is? It's because it's my energy that they all pick up on. Yeah, I'm the light that everyone's drawn towards. You see, I mean, like like how moths. If you have a flame, you know, if you put a lantern in your garden on a summer night, yeah, you know, all the bugs and the moths and whatever, they're all going to be flying at it, and you know, the ones that are drawn to that light, you know, and you'll just see a whole lot of them just banging off the lantern, or they'll burn in the flame or whatever it is, right? That's what I am. I am the all-consuming fire. Yeah, I'm that bright ball of light that I am the light, and you know, people who reject me, people who say I'm not God, they're still attracted to my light. You see, they want that light. They want to steal my light. They want to, because that's what the demons want them to do. They want them to take some of my light for themselves, and the only way that can work for them is if they deny me and say I'm not God, then stealing my light is easier for them. The only other way is through Jesus Christ, because if you're going through Jesus Christ, well, you know, you're saying that Jesus Christ is the Son of God, and he is God at the same time. Yeah, you know how that is, right? You know, if you've seen me, you've seen the Father, right? You know, what is it? First, you must deny yourself. I'm the Son of God. I'm the Son of Man. I am in the Father, and the Father is in me. If you've seen me, you've seen the Father. You know, it was all, and then John's like, yeah, he's the Word. Yeah, the Word of God. You know, it's all very confusing. But why do you think it is? Why do you think it sounds so confusing? It's because of how I've told you what it's all about. I've explained it, right? Because it's complicated. Okay? Everything I've told you should explain to you how you can, take what listen to what I've said and try to apply it to everything that you see in the world. I'm tired. And I'm not a fucking car tire. I'm not a car tire. I'm not a bicycle tire or any of that. But I am tired. Okay? See, the thing is that people who try to steal my light, if they acknowledge that I'm God, then all the light that they tried to steal from me, all that breaks. As soon as they acknowledge that I'm God, right? If you don't believe that I'm God, and you acknowledge, and then you change your mind. If you don't believe I'm God, and then that changes, and then you realize that I'm God, then all the light stealing that you've done from me, all the mimicry you've done of me, all the copycat stuff you've done, all that stuff gets broken, basically. Because, how are you going to pretend to be someone else and then, if you're trying to steal someone's identity and then you say that person is the real them, that actually you're not them, it's them, well then you can't steal someone's identity if you're just telling people that, if you tell people that the identity you've been trying to steal isn't you, then how are you stealing the identity anymore? You're not. That's the thing, right? That's why demons fight so hard to reject me. Demons really this is why it's so hard for people to break free of that. So people find it very hard to acknowledge that I'm God, because they've built a life of lies. They've built their existence, their life that they've made for them. They live a life which is a lie. Yeah? I mean, look, the word lie is in the word life. Yeah? In fact, if you looked at my other videos, remember I told you what Li is short for? Aliyah, Ma, Ri, Mer, Ri, Li, really? Really? Are you sure about that? Yeah, I think really, yeah, really. And obviously my mum's called Fee, yeah? So, life, it's Li, Fee, or lie, life. And when I I'm associated with death and destruction. This is the thing, right? I was Jesus Christ, and I came to bring life in abundance. I'm not talking about, I was Jesus Christ. Jesus Christ came to bring life to people, okay? But this time I'm God. I'm here for vengeance. I mean, that's the thing, right? The world has shown to me how ungrateful it is. And thousands of years, 2,000 years, okay? 2,000 years of looking at an ungrateful world. So let me have a look. What happened in Myanmar? So the earthquake, Myanmar, Thailand. Go on, let me have a look. How many people actually died? I mean, it's saying here, on Wikipedia, it's saying 11,400 people were injured. It says the earthquake directly killed up to 5,350 people in Myanmar and 51 in Thailand. So, I mean, it's quite a lot. Do you know what I mean? Do you know what I mean? 20 people dying, 30 people dying, 50 people dying, 100 people dying, thousands of people dying, 50,000 people dying, 100,000, a million people dying. Being God, it's I see so much death. I see so much death, and obviously you see it as well. You watch the news, you hear the numbers, a lot of the time, whatever they report. But the fact is that I'm God. I know I'm God. I'm connected to all these people dying. Yeah. It's awful. When I first realized this, that I'm connected to all these things going on in the world, it was a hard thing for me to deal with. And it still isn't, in a way, but obviously every story is different. The story I always remember is, if you remember the boy called Arthur, his his dad and his dad's girlfriend, they went to prison because they killed Arthur. The woman, she was forcing Arthur to drink salt water, and was abusing him in different ways. Making him stand in the hallway and stuff like that for many hours at a time, and not caring about him at all. And so, I mean, this is the thing. I already spoke about this, but that's the thing. My surname is Salvin. Salvin. So Sal can mean salt, and Vin, it can mean wine. And obviously wine can be, something you drink, or it could be, you're unhappy, like a dog whines, when it's unhappy, right? Or, a human might whine as well because they're unhappy. the reason why demons were doing that to him is, and that's the thing. I'm connected with that story. You understand? I'm connected with that story. And it's an awful thing. It is. I'm kind of like Merlin. You know the stories about Merlin, right? Well, I sometimes think of myself. I sometimes think of myself. Well, you know the stories. There's Merlin, there's Harry Potter, right? Harry's the son of Charles. Yeah, you know who King Charles is, yeah? My dad is called Charles. My biological dad is called Charles. But the fact is, my dad is... I have nothing to do with him. Okay? He's a coward and a loser. Good for nothing. And think about it, there's that rift between Prince Harry and King Charles. They don't talk to each other. What's that a reflection of, do you think? That's a reflection of my life. Okay? I went to boarding school when J.K. Rowling started writing Harry Potter books. It's not a coincidence. You know how J.K. Rowling's always talking about transsexual, trans people and trans rights and all this stuff, right? Well, it's the thing, I grew up in the gay community. You might notice there's a picture of me on YouTube, Facebook, and X of me in drag, okay? That's basically, how many times have I dressed in drag in my life? Then, that was basically it, like once. Maybe you could count like a couple of other times, maybe when I was a little boy and I was messing around, as like a 5-year-old, 4-year-old, 5-year-old kid, and I just put on a dress for a laugh, just to laugh at myself. Or something, put a bit of lipstick on, look in the mirror and go, hee hee hee, like that. I'm sure I'm not the only kid who's ever done that, right? People translate Bibles, yeah? You know what a translation is? Yeah, or transliterate, or all that kind of stuff, You know what a cross-dresser is? Yeah, a cross-dresser. You got your hot cross buns, and you want to get angry and you get cross, or you cross the road, or whatever the hell it is, Yeah. Anyways. So, you see, the thing, what's happened, when you see the story about Arthur, or, whether, and there are other, other children, like, what was that little girl called Star Hobson, I think it was, and she had her mom was a lesbian, right? And it was a lesbian couple, and they abused her name was Star Hobson. Well, that's the thing. My mom, who's dead now, right? She was a lesbian. She was in lesbian relationships. She was in relationships with men and with women, okay? But she liked to think of herself as a lesbian, okay? So this is the thing, right? Do you know what I mean? It's a reflection. That's the thing. There's a connection. Yeah, because I had something in common with Star Hobson. She had what some people would say two mums. People could have said when I was a kid, people said I had two mums as well. Um, there's a connection. Okay. I want these things to stop. I don't want to see these terrible things happening. Why can't people listen to me? If people listen to me, these things would stop happening. But because if let's say everyone in the world didn't rejected me. Let's say every single person on planet Earth rejected me. But what can I do? What can I do? Because I've already set this thing up. I've already set it up. So it is the way that it is. I was Jesus Christ. I told you how it is. I told you how you need to do things. If you don't do it, I can't save you. Yeah, I can't stop all these terrible things from happening because you were told specifically if you don't love God, me, through Jesus Christ, well, there's only death and destruction. That's all that's left. That's all that's there for you, waiting for you. And obviously there are casualties. Obviously, if you love me, God, through Jesus Christ, yeah, terrible things still happen. That's why it's needed. It's required that people persevere, right? Don't fear death. You have to persevere. You have to stand in the truth, stay in the light, because the world's evil, and the demons will battle. That's what they do. And I was Jesus Christ. The whole point was to get people to fight, to do spiritual battle, to get, to defeat those demons. Yeah? But the fact is that I don't lose against demons. I'm God. But whose team are you on? Are you on mine or the demons? Which one do you want to be on their side, or do you want to be on my side? Which war you want to do? Terrible. It's really terrible. You cannot say I haven't tried to get your attention. I mean, this is the thing, right? What's a gatekeeper? What is a gatekeeper? Okay. So years ago, when I was trying to learn the truth of what's going on in this world, and obviously I wanted to question things that, I wanted to question everything. I'm not, the government will say, yeah, but you can't know about this, you can't know about that, because that's restricted. We don't allow you to think about that or talk about that. But I want to know the truth. And if the truth's in there, if the truth has been in, if that's the thing, if the world has restricted access to the truth, well, how else are you going to get to it? You have to go where other people don't want you to go. And obviously, I looked in all kinds of places to figure out the truth, because that's the only way. You have to be prepared to go to somewhere. You have to be prepared to go where others try to stop you from going. And it's interesting to think, actually, because quite often where people don't want you to go, that might actually be an indication that there's truth there. Just saying, right? But it's an interesting thought, that, isn't it? But that's how evil the world is. The world, that's what it wants to do. It wants to ring fence the truth and say, nope, you can't go there. That's illegal or whatever, right? But I'm just trying to get you to open your mind a little bit. Okay, that's what I'm saying. I'm not saying anything else right now. Okay, but yeah. So I used to go on YouTube because this is the thing. Because they're the world has been there are secret societies. Okay, so Freemasonry, is a big one. And obviously you have others like I don't know Scientology and whatever, right? But Freemasonry is the most the best one to try to figure out. Okay, Freemasonry. They're a collection of witches. Okay, they're groups of witches which band together to. They have a common goal: power and control and secrecy. They take oaths. Yeah. They like to control. So, gatekeeping. So, I remember I used to go on YouTube and I wanted to, go on YouTube and I was trying to figure out, who are all these people? So people who've got, 100,000 subscribers or 1 million subscribers, or, 20, whatever, right? People who are on YouTube and, who are these people and, what's a gatekeeper? Well, the idea of a gatekeeper is someone who, they try to control. So, Lenin once said, how do you control, what's the best way to, defeat the opposition, basically? Well, the best way is to lead the opposition. So you infiltrate, right? So you infiltrate the opposition and then you put a false leader there, which will send them in the wrong direction. And I would say that, well, that's what demons do in this world. It's all over the place, right? You got people who are demons who are all over the place. In fact, almost everybody is. Anybody who's got any sort of voice, or anyone who's listened to by the world, that's pretty much all they are. They're demons. That's the reason why. Because the reason these people become so popular in the first place is because the demons want them to be popular, because they serve a particular purpose. They're trying to gatekeep, right? They're trying to tell you some truth. For instance, Donald Trump or Elon Musk, or maybe someone like, what's his name, Tommy Robinson. He's another one. Or Nigel Farage. These people, they will talk about certain truth, but then the rest of what they tell you is total garbage, lies. So there's all this mixing of lies and some truth. So they bring you in with a certain amount of truth, and you believe the lies that they give you as well. And that's the problem. So there are all these gatekeepers all over the place, right? But who's the original gatekeeper? Well, that's the thing, right? What is a gatekeeper? What is a gatekeeper? Think about that. What is a gatekeeper? Well, this is the thing, Jesus Christ, what did he say? He said that no one gets to the Father except through me, Jesus. Well, who I was, right? So you don't get to heaven, you don't get to me, the Father, except through Jesus Christ. So Jesus Christ really is, he's the, Jesus Christ, well, that's the thing, the gatekeeper to heaven, right? Jesus said he had the keys to heaven and hell. Yeah? So you can't get to me except through Jesus Christ. I mean, obviously, you come knock on my front door, and I might answer it and be like, "What do you want?" But that doesn't, that's not the same thing, right? Hopefully you understand what I'm saying. Yeah. All these people, so, and the thing that I want to say about this is that, obviously, there are people who know about me posting videos. They know that I make videos, I post on social media, I tell you that I'm God. And so, most are gatekeepers. They listen to me, they think I'm crazy, they think I'm a clown, and they mock me. They think I'm a comedian or a clown, or I'm crazy. And obviously, I want you to tell other people about me. In other words, I don't want you to gatekeep. I'm not asking you, I expect you to go tell people about me so that they can come and listen to me as well. But those demons, what they want to do is they want to be gatekeepers. Yeah, they want to try and block my path. They want to try to block my path. But the problem with that is, every time you switch on the news, you see one bad thing after another. So, people who try to block my path, well, you ain't really blocking anything. All you're doing is you're creating more and more, basically, people try to gatekeep me. So they try to block me off so other people won't listen to me. But the world is getting destroyed. I'm still getting justice through destroying the world. Yeah, all the death and destruction that's happening, well, that's the thing. My justice is happening. Okay, so you cannot stop my justice from happening. You can't stop it. It doesn't matter. You can try to block me. You could lock me in a box. You still couldn't. You could put me if you put me in a prison cell or put me in a straitjacket. It doesn't matter. You cannot stop my justice. It happens. It's happening. You cannot stop it. It's all about how you deal with it. Yeah. So if everyone in the world, hang on. Look, as an example, if everyone in the world acknowledged that I'm God, then my justice, how that's fulfilled, how that is dealt with, would look differently. Yeah? Because if people actually acknowledge that I'm God, then they're then able to make a decision about how they're going to make amends. How are they going to pay that price for all the bad stuff that they've done that they need to pay. They need to. But if people, all they do is ignore me, then they shouldn't be surprised when there's an earthquake or their house burns down or both, or they get cancer, or they lose all their money, or there's whatever. Yeah. So, this is the thing, right? When people have debt, when people haven't paid their bills, yeah. So the letters come through the door, and they say, they're from the bailiffs, and they're like, "We want our money and we're going to collect that money, whether you like it or not. You can choose to pay. You can contact us and make a payment plan. We'll try to come to an agreement with you. We'll work with you to try to figure out something that that is workable. Or we'll just come around your house and just take everything you got. Basically, which way do you want to go about it? Do you understand? This is what I'm saying. This is it's an analogy. This is kind of what the situation is like, but it's kind of what it's like. But the world, it doesn't even acknowledge that it's receiving the letters. Yeah? So all the letters are coming through the door, but the world doesn't seem to recognize that there are any letters. It's just like, what are you talking about? I don't know about any letters. Knock on their door, and they don't answer. But no, there's no one at the door. And then when the terrible things happen, so, poverty, famine, disease, earthquakes, flooding, and all the rest, yeah. I get my justice one way or another. You can't stop it. If, let's say, 10% of the population listen to me and acknowledge that I'm God, that'd be great. And then I can just get rid of the other 90%. They'll get wrecked. And then 10% of the people will be like, thanks God, we're sorry. Let's make amends for all this trouble we've caused, and we'll try and move forward from there. Right? Something like that. Wouldn't that be great? Wouldn't that be a positive thing to do? Otherwise, I'm just sitting here making videos that nobody really cares about, while people's lives get completely destroyed. And I got money. That's the thing. I've got money. So, I can survive on the money I have for longer than I want to live. Because if things carry on this way, well, do I really want to live for another 10 years? Not really. I'm bored. So, obviously, I've explained to you how this can go. How the Bible's written, the book of Revelation, for instance, there's a lot of, and things that Jesus said, obviously, there's a lot left to interpretation. There's a certain vagueness to what's being said, right? So, it leaves you wondering, well, what's going to happen then? You don't know what's going to happen. Well, this is the thing, I made it so that there can be some different outcomes, okay? So it's going to go one way or another way, there are certain, I've created a, what a funnel is, right? You know what a funnel is, yeah? So, this is the thing. Yeah. You know what a funnel is, right? So, it's sort of cone shape. And this is the thing, everything's getting funneled towards me, basically. If that makes any sense. There's no escape from me. There really is no escape from me. People can try, but it won't work. I mean, if you were going bankrupt and you had letters from a bailiff, well, what would you rather do? Would you rather ignore them, or would you rather just deal with it? Do you know what I mean? What's the better idea? Running away from the problem, or trying to come to some sort of agreement. You know what I mean? Like, it's an analogy, but it's kind of how it is. Okay, obviously everyone's got a separate story, but obviously everyone has their own individual circumstances and stuff. But that's how it is, right? You figure it out, yeah. I mean, look at the world, right? Look at the world. What does the world worship? Look at, the average 20-year-old person. What do they worship? What kind of music do they listen to? What are these celebrities? What are they like? Do they have lots of sex with lots of different people? Would you say what, the kind of things that they, the kind of music videos they put out, the kind of, things that they say and do, would you consider that to be degenerate? Or do you think they're good role models? What is that? And why does the world worship them? Why? Like I said, I'm God, and I'm in this world. I'm here for my justice. I'm here for vengeance. Okay? And that's supposed to look a certain way. Yeah? That's supposed to look a certain way. So when you see someone like Travis Scott, yeah, the rapper, or, The Weeknd, or, I don't know, what's that guy's name? Machine Gun Kelly? He had that song. If you haven't seen it, I think it's called Alpha and Omega. I think it's I Am the Alpha and Omega by Machine Gun Kelly. If you watch that, I know it's a bit of a shocking video, but if you watch it, you'll see that my justice and my vengeance, well, it's kind of like that in a way. Do you know what I mean? Like, I'm God, I'm the creator, right? I created man and I created woman, but the world has tried to ruin my looks, trying to ruin my life, trying to cause me to be depressed, trying to make me dependent on drugs and alcohol. While everyone's getting drunk, they're swigging bottles of spirit. Yeah? So what kind of effect does that have on me? Because I'm the Father, I was the Son, the Holy Spirit, right? So I am the Holy Spirit. So the thing is that, when people start drinking spirits, and they all have different brand names. There's a bottle of whiskey. It's called Grant's whiskey. My name's Grant. So what the fuck am I supposed to do? The world is trying to force me to become a pisshead, to become an alcoholic. I've got to battle with that. Yeah, that's the kind of battle I have with people, with the world, because it's using magic to try to steal my identity. I mean, literally, a bottle of Grant's whiskey. Yeah? I mean, look at the word whiskey. A W looks like a bum. Yeah? H-I, well, that's high. It's like high in the sky, the pie in the sky, the butthole in the sky that sits on the throne. Yeah? S-key. Ski, or sky, or key. S-key. S is another way of saying the butt. Okay? It's a magic thing. It's a very important magic letter, that. It's also connected with AI, artificial intelligence. If you actually investigate it for yourself, you'll figure out why. It's not complicated. Number. Check the number. Count. So, all these things, I mean, even smoking, for instance, because, it's called tobacco. Tobacco. So, it's connected with the butt, okay? The butthole. I mean, look at this. That's called a cigarette filter, right? And that's what people do sodomy, right? So they fill the hole and it tears because it's a delicate thing, right? So filter, tobacco, and it's fire. Fire is associated with passion. Yeah, look at the word passion. P-A-S-S. P-S. Yeah, and you know what Sion is, yeah? Mount Sion? Yeah, Mount Sion? S-I-O-N. P as Sion. Passion. Or, that's the thing. I am, pa is another way of saying dad. Pa, papa. And you know what? Shun. If you shun somebody, you're like, go away. Yeah, but also the word son is in the word shun. Yeah? And if you shush somebody, you're telling them to be quiet. Like I would say shush, right? So it's in, shush, son. Or pa, shush. You know what I mean? So passion or P-A-S-C-O-N. So it's being able to look at a word like that is really important. To be able to see the code that's in it. There's one guy who made a translation, okay? So he sort of invented his own translation of the Bible, and it's called the Passion Translation. And that guy, I don't like him. He's evil. He's a demon, okay? But a lot of people like his translation, though. But that's the thing. Demons that's the thing. Demons infiltrate churches. They try to do stuff like that. They want to take a Bible and they want to put their name on the top of it and say, that's what I created. That's what I translated. My name's associated with all of that. Yeah? Because you think about, it talks about the book of life, right? So the lamb, there's there's the book of life, and it said, that, it talks about people having their names blotted out of the book of life. Okay? So this is the thing. The book of life is, this is the thing. Well, that's the thing. As far as, well, that's the thing. People say that the Bible is the book of life, basically, because that's the thing, right? Because, well, the words of Jesus are in, all these different books, and they're all put into one big book, right? Called the Bible. Old Testament, New Testament. And, people who have their names in there, okay, they're, that's the thing. It's a magic thing because, it's considered a book where you find life, right? So the life that God is giving is found in those pages. You have to read those words and understand it, right? You have to understand God, have a relationship with God, me, through Jesus Christ. But the fact is that, like I mentioned in previous videos, certain people who are mentioned in the Bible, for instance, Abraham, Paul, Sarah, and King David. Okay, that's 4. Oh, and let's not forget Mary. That's the thing. Their names are in the scriptures, right? So, that's the thing. So their names are basically already in that book, which is basically considered the book of life. And so it's there, it already exists. You know, why do you think there's so many people called John or James or Andrew or Philip? I got 2 cousins, they're called Andrew and Philip. Yeah? Their parents are called Donald and Christine. Donald means ruler, and Christine, well, you know how to spell Christ, don't you? Yeah, that's the Neal family. They don't do any kneeling, of course. They don't believe that God exists. Strangely. But that's the thing, you know, their names, well, their past names, they're heavily associated, they're in what people consider to be the book of life. So what do I have to do? Do I have to pick up a Bible and start blotting out names and say, right, I'm taking your fucking name out and your name out because you're an arsehole. I hate you. Bye. Is that what I've got to do? Yeah, it all goes back. Remember what I said about the anime Death Note? You know, it talks about L and light, Yagami, right? It's a very interesting series, and actually, if you want, you know, if you want to watch it, you know, this thing. I personally, I don't mind if you watch it, but look at it through the lens of me. You know, try to figure out how I'm connected with it. Try to see how I'm in it. Try to see it for what it really is. Yeah? You know, don't worship it. Don't worship it. Just realize that, you know, it's magic art that's trying to steal power from God. That's all it is. You know, just try. You know, you can try to learn from it. You know, be wise as serpents, but as harmless as doves. You know, if you look at it from that perspective. You know. I mean, even look at the word life, you know, so the book of life. Well, look, when you say life, you're saying life. Do you know, what is a lie-f? Do you know what I mean? Like, when people go to bed to have sex, they lie down and then they F. So, lie-f. Strangely enough, though, do you know what I mean? Like, well, how's a baby made then? Yeah? How's a baby made? Well, strange that, isn't it? Because, you know, normally that's kind of how it happens, isn't it? People go to bed, they lie down, and they F, and that should lead to a baby being born. Life. You see how that works? Yeah. But obviously, you know, a lot of people want to do, you know, they want to do backdoor stuff and stuff like that, right? You know, and all the other kind of things that they do, all the other types of sex magic that they do. You know, well, what does that? Does that? You know, if it doesn't produce a baby, you know, if it's not that way, then well, then what is it? Do you know what I mean? Like, sex magic's very complicated, and obviously, you know, I don't need to spell it all out for you, do I? Anyways, this is a very long video. It's been ages since I've made a long video. This long. Um, so you notice at the moment everyone is talking about, there's been that ruling about biological sex, saying, basically saying that a transsexual or transvestite is not a real woman. I've explained in my previous videos, and I've drawn on my tablet showing diagrams showing how the world wants to tie a rope around me. It wants to tie a rope around me, tie a knot, and the demons, they'll say, that's not God. Yeah? I mean, think about it as well. Most people wear shoes. You have shoelaces. You tie a knot on your shoe, right? And another word for Jesus is Yeshua. Yeshua. And ye, Y-E, well, that's another way of saying, that's an archaic way of saying you. You, Shua, not. Yeah? I mean, this is the thing. It's because I've put that picture of me dressed in drag. I've put it all across my social media. It's the first thing you would see if you looked at my social media. It's the very first picture. It's one night of my life where I put a woman's dress on and wore a wig. But the reason that picture's there is because it's important. It's an important part of my story. It has to be there. I put it there. It's not because I want everyone to think, oh look, he's a girly man, and he has certain sexual desires and this and that, and he wants everyone to think he's a transsexual or whatever. It's like, no, that's not that's not what I'm aiming for. I'm simply I'm fighting is what I'm doing. I'm fighting the battle that I have to fight. You see, I am the truth. And if I have dirty little secrets, well, that's going to work against me. You understand? That's the thing. I have to expose the light. I have to show the light to everybody. I can't take parts of my life and lock it away in a cupboard. Yeah, and say, oh, I've got nothing to do with that. Because then I'd be lying, and that's my light. I'm being honest with you. I'm telling you the truth. My truth is the large sword that I can chop with. Yeah? That's why I do it. It's magic. Well, that word, I hate that word, magic, but it's the word that you know. Yeah? It's my power. It's my power. That's what it is. I mean, this is why there's so many people arguing about sex and gender. And my mum's one of my mum's ex-girlfriends was called Jen. Yeah? they were in that was the lesbian relationship my mum had when I was about 8 years old, and they were together for several years. My mum was called Fee. I'm male. You know, you got the Church of England. They're like, yeah, why can't God be female? You know, maybe God is female. Obviously, if they ever read the Bible, they would realise that's not how it's supposed to be. But then, obviously, if you look at the word father, it says fat her. Yeah, strangely enough, well, that's the thing. Fiona, my dead mum, and her ex-girlfriend Jen, they were both fat. Fat woman. Yeah, and my dad, which some people would call my father, he abandoned me. He forsook me. You know, with his long hippie haircut and his big beard. It's probably one of the hairiest men I've ever seen in my life. Seriously, like, I once saw him with his shirt off, and the hair on his shoulders, it just spirals. It's like he's got like shoulder pads of hair. It's just all over his body. He's like Chewbacca. I mean, I'm quite a hairy guy. You know, I got a hairy chest. I got my back's a bit hairy as well, actually. Yeah. But I'm not. I'm not that hairy. Thankfully. And this is the thing, you know, my name's not Harry. I might be hairy, but I'm not Harry. Okay? See, the world, the demons want to basically say, I'm not, or, you know, people say that God's never coming back. So they call me never. So, they want to call me not, or nothing, or nobody, or no one, or never, or, they'll try and call me everything else. They'll basically say that I'm anything except who I am. It's all about trying to hide me. So it's all about trying to divert attention away from me. You know, imagine you're going down a path. Imagine you've set out on a journey and you're trying to go somewhere. And along your journey, there are people who keep coming out. And they're like, hey, I know the way, it's this way. Oh, actually, no, it's that way. Or, there are constantly people trying to send you down the wrong road. All the time. And this is the thing. This is what the world is, right? I'm at the center. I'm God. I'm central to everybody and everything, right? Your job is to get to me through Jesus Christ, and you got to go on that path. And along that path, you're going to encounter a lot of demons, a lot of liars, a lot of frauds. You know, they'll come to you as your friend and say, hello there. Shake your hand and whatever. Follow me. And they'll try and take you down the wrong path. You know, they'll go, that way or wherever, right? It doesn't matter. But, well, do you know what I'm saying? Like I said about gatekeepers. Yeah? What's a gatekeeper? Remember what I said about gatekeepers? That's exactly what they do. Demons put them in a position where people will listen to them so they can lead you down the wrong path. And so, and there are so many of them, we're talking, let's say there are thousands or hundreds of thousands of them or whatever, right? Millions, whatever, anyone can act as a gatekeeper. Anyone can act as a gatekeeper in that sense, because if they try, think about it, someone starts believing in God and then someone close to them, tries to convince them otherwise. Essentially what that person's doing is they're trying to be a gatekeeper to the truth. They're like, no. Now we believe in scientists. We don't believe in that. that old nonsense. That's what they're doing. They're being a gatekeeper. They're a demon. That they listen to demons, and basically they are a demon. And they're they're trying to be a gatekeeper, trying to get you to go down the wrong path. But also at the same time, they're a test for you as well. So this is the thing, God. I mean, I basically I'm in charge of everything, right? Everything's going according to my plan, even though I don't really like it. Even though it's very difficult for me every single day, I just think to myself, I wish this would end. I'm so tired of this. But the fact is, it's still going according to my plan. And, I'm basically telling you that there are so many gatekeepers, people who they act like they're a type of gatekeeper, right? They're trying to prevent the truth getting to you and everybody else. The demons don't want you to know the truth. I mean, this is, when I was, between the years 2016 and 2019, I spent those 3 years at my council flat in Brighton, where I used to live. And I was there, and I was trying to make money from home, from trading, and I did some gambling that I made money on. I made quite a lot of money. That's when I started reading the Bible. That's when I really started to investigate what the Bible was about. And obviously that path I was going on, right? I never realized then, well, obviously I was doing that journey. I was doing that journey to figure out what the truth is, because I was looking at the world and looking at how bad things were going, and I kept thinking about, well, people who lived 100 years ago, I think, people who lived 100 years ago or 200 years ago, did they know better than people do today? Clearly, why not, and obviously I was trying to figure it all out. And then, I had to sift through a lot of nonsense. I was learning about all kinds of different topics, and I was going around on the internet, listening to lots of different YouTubers, talking about different subjects that they claim to be experts in, and picking up bits of information as I go around, and connecting all the dots together to try to get a big picture that makes sense to me. And just piecing all these bits together until eventually I had so much truth that the demons came after me. They attacked me. They came for me. Okay? I've seen demons with my eyes. Okay? It's a story I've talked about before. Yeah. Anyway. I got surrounded by ghosts, and I was being sexually assaulted by them. And obviously I was terrified. And that led me on a journey. I saw demons. I was terrified. And then I just carried on. I carried on trying to do the best that I could. Trying to figure out, what is this all about? Why is this all happening to me? And I'm here now, and I'm telling you who I am. I'm God. Okay? I didn't figure this out in 5 minutes. I didn't figure it out in a week or a month. It took years. Months and months and months and months and months of hard thinking, research, trying to understand what this is all about. It's all I do. I think about it in my sleep. I never stop thinking about it. It's all I can think about. You know, wearing this hoodie, it says, "The Endless Road." Yeah. I feel like I'm on the never-ending journey. Wishing every day it would end. But that's the thing, you know, I'm telling you so you can help me with that, you know? This is how it goes, right? So, you know, man and woman, I want man and woman to cooperate with me, to work with me, to, you know, you help me, I help you kind of deal. Yeah, that's how it works, right? I mean, obviously, you know, I'm God. You know, I'm far more powerful than anybody. You know, obviously in the scriptures it says, you know, we'll give the glory to God, and well, you know, that's the thing. You know, everything you do is, you know, eventually you'll realize I'm totally central. You know what I mean? I'm central to everything. Everything in your life. Everything that you see in the world. I'm central to all of it. So, you know, you're supposed to follow Jesus Christ. The thing is, too many people, you know, they want to, you know, they say they love Jesus, that they believe in Jesus, and they kind of make it, you know, they look at what they're supposed to do, but then they sort of alter it, and they sort of say, well, 2,000 years later, we're doing things just a bit differently. You know, they sort of want to tailor make it to their particular situation and their life, and you know, people are good at making excuses for themselves. So, you know, yeah, you have to be really careful of that. You really need to be careful of that, because you know, are you doing something because God wants you to do that, or are you doing that thing because, you know, you're telling yourself that God wants you to do that? So you have to be really careful what you're doing. You know, pray. You know, ask for, you know, pray and, you know, discern what you're meant to do, you know, figure things out. Yeah. I think a lot of people fear, you know, they fear losing their money, they fear losing their house, they fear losing their job, losing their friends, family. Yeah, it's it's a tough thing to do. It's a tough thing to do. You know that. You know, for some people though, you know, it makes sense to do. You know, and but you know, don't fear. Don't fear that. You know, you have to have faith that things will be okay, one way or another. You know, if I'm watching over you and looking after you, then why be afraid? Why be afraid of what can happen when you know that God is on your side, is fighting in your corner, basically, right? Well, yeah, if you know what I'm saying, okay? Obviously, you know, you know the story. Yeah, put God, put me first. Yeah, Jesus Christ, follow Jesus Christ. And so, you know, the thing about, so, you know, I mentioned this in a previous video about the word Easter and where it comes from. And so there's that Germanic spring goddess. So that's what she's called. She's an invented Germanic spring goddess called Eostre. Eostre. Okay? And there's also, you know, there's Asteron and other names as well. You know, there's Ostara, you know, it's a pagan thing. Yeah, so it's all, you know, the word Easter is very pagan. And it's, you know, it's about, you know, it's about the female. Well, like I told you, my dead mum. You know what her name is, don't you? I told you. Faye. Is it any wonder that she was a butch lesbian? She was a butch lesbian. Why would she be a butch lesbian, do you think? Sorry. Anyways, you know, so, you know, I read to you about the two witnesses, you know, Revelation chapter 11, verse 7 and verse 8, and maybe verse 9 as well. I'm not sure. But anyway, Sodom and Egypt. Yeah? So, you know, this is the thing. The world is using sodomy and bondage, you know, whether that's slavery, you know, slavery, sex magic, BDSM. You see, demons use that to pretend that they have something to do with Jesus being crucified. You see, they're using that, something that they enjoy, as a way to steal the light of the crucifixion of Jesus. So, you know, they're trying to steal that light through their evil sorcery. Okay? Their evil magic. I mean, look at the word sorcery. Okay? You know what source? Well, that's the thing. I'm God. I am the creator. I am the origin. I am the source of everything you know. I created you. But the word sorcery, well, this is the thing. Who's re? I keep telling people, right? Mary. Yeah? Or, Aliyah, who was the Virgin Mary. So, really. Really. Yes, really. I mean, that's the interesting thing about social media. So, my Facebook page. Well, you know what a movie reel looks like. So if you hold up a movie reel, it's like it's a box on top of another box on top of another box on top of another box, right? So because they're all the different frames. It's all the different images being added together. Well, that's the thing. It looks kind of similar to how a social media page is organized, if you know what I'm saying. People, it's a, is the movie real or is it fake? Is it fiction or is it reality? Is it real? Is real or is not real? How often people spell Israel, they'll spell it Israel. They'll spell it incorrectly. They'll spell it, it's supposed to be spelled Israel. Yeah. I mean, and that's the interesting thing as well, because obviously, the book of Exodus, you had the Jews who were in bondage in Egypt, okay? And in Egyptian mythology, there is Ra, and he's called the sun god. Ra. And he has different names as well. They're like different forms of him, or something like that. There's like Amun-Ra or Amun-Ra, Amun-Ra, and there's a few. I'm not an expert on all the different things in Egyptian mythology, but yeah, I mean, obviously people pray, and at the end of the prayer they say Amen. Amen Ra or Amun-Ra is, there are different spellings. So, basically what you're saying is that moon, or, you know what the moon is, what the moon in the sky at night, that you see at night time. And Ra means sun god. So, you've got the idea of the moon being confused with the sun. It's the bottom, it's the butt, and everyone's obsessed with sodomy and bondage. Okay? You know what it means to get nailed, right? It has different meanings, doesn't it? People, if some guy goes to the pub and he's like, oh yeah, I went home with that lady last night, I nailed her. Do you think he got out a hammer and nails and nailed her to something? Or what are we talking about? Women, they like to get their fingernails done, don't they? They go to the nail salon. Well, what's my surname? It's Salvin. Yeah. So, sal on. Nail. Yeah. Nail salon. I mean, you look at the word screw. Yeah, and you notice crew is the first part of crucifix. I mean, the famous actor Tom Cruise. You know, if you say, well, you say Tom Crucifix, Tom Crucifix, Tom Crucifix. You see how his surname is a magic. It has a certain magic to it. And what's his first name? Well, that's his first initial, isn't it? T. Isn't it? So you could write it T. Yeah, so you could have a T dot Cruz. Yeah, or just write T Crucifix. Right? So it's T Crucifix or Tom Cruise. Yeah. And obviously the number 2's there as well. You know, Thomas. Okay, you know what a tomboy is? You know, Aaliyah, Dana Houghton. She was what people would call a tomboy. You know, she liked to wear manly clothes, boyish clothes, right? When I was a teenager, I used to wear baggy jeans. She used to wear baggy jeans as well. You know, that was part of her style. And actually, she was a model. She used to do adverts for Tommy Hilfiger, right? You know, Thomas the Tank Engine, yeah. You know, Railway, Israel. And obviously all the sexual connotations, you know, when you see the videos, the meme videos, you know, they'll have, you know, there'll be like a mountainside, yeah, and there'll be a tunnel, a hole in the mountain, yeah. I mean, that's the thing, you know, when Moses went up Mount, what mountain was it again? Sinai. Yeah, Mount Sinai. There was another name for it as well. I always forget. Was it Goreb? Anyway, it was something like that, right? But, you know, that was, you know, when Moses went up there, you know, I'm God. I said to him, you know, that's, you know, it was, you know, I called it my holy mountain. Yeah? See, it's all connected with my throne, my butt, and the fact that soil, it comes out of that part of my body, you know, feces, yeah? So, you know, my dead mum. Feces, right? You understand? You know, it's you know, a mountain of soil, yeah? That came out of a hole. But, you know, so Thomas the Tank Engine, you know, you see the train goes into the hole in the mountain, you know, and people think, oh, you know, that has sexual, you know, that's sexually suggestive, right? You know, it's the train going in, or whatever, right? You know, there are all kinds of stupid videos on the internet, and memes and whatever, you know. What's a meme? You know, it's me. Well, you know, me suggests double. Yeah, so there's the double. What's a double? You know, if you're a fraud, let's say you're trying to steal someone else's identity, or you're pretending to be someone else, you know, like in Hollywood, you know, they'll have things like stunt doubles, or a double body, or whatever, right? You know, someone who pretends to be the actor that they're not. I'm looking at this. So the new article that's come up on the Daily Mail. Interesting though, isn't it? Because it's called the Daily Mail. Well, every single day I wake up, I'm male. I'm a man. And here's, you know, J.K. Rowling. It says here, J.K. Rowling parties in the Bahamas on her $150 million super yacht after vindication following Supreme Court ruling on transgender woman. Well, she's on Daily Mail. Yeah, she's Fee male. Who, you know, all those books she wrote about Harry Potter, what's a pot? It's a hole. And what's a tear? Yeah? A pot tear. Harry Potter. Yeah? I got a hairy butt. Yeah. Harry Potter. Yeah? But the thing is that she's an evil witch. And she has made a fortune off my misery. And that is a recurring theme in this world. All these people who they don't love me, but they want to make music, they want to make movies, they want to make television programs. They want to be on social media, being social media influencers. They want people to worship the ground that they walk on. Yeah? As if they were walking on holy ground or something. Yeah? The Hollywood actors and all that shit. Yeah? Harry Potter, what's his wand made of? It's made of Hollywood. Yeah, it's made of holly. Like the holly tree. Yeah. You see that usually in your Christmas cards, in wintertime. You see the artwork, or there'll be like a holly tree with the sharp holly leaves, and you'll see the little robins flying around. Yeah, and there's that witch. I'm looking at her. She was on my screen just there. Robin Rihanna Fenty. Okay? You know the name? Mariana. I mean, how many guys has she slept with? Do you know what I mean? And, think of all the famous guys she's been in relationships with, whether it's Eminem, A$AP Rocky, Leonardo DiCaprio. Yeah, all kinds of. What was that guy? Chris Brown. Yeah. I mean, all it takes. Excuse me. All it takes, there are people who actually believe that Rihanna is loved by God. Why would people believe that? That's because the world's evil. The world wants to believe that because they're demons. Because they would rather they would rather worship Rihanna. Yeah, they would rather worship her than me. Because they're evil. Yeah, it's the same thing with the Catholic Church. Who do they worship? Mary. They were never told to worship Mary. They were never told to pray to Mary. I mean, this is the thing, Jesus was born from the Virgin. But, that's the thing, Catholics want to, they focus on the fact that that Mary was a virgin, and the baby just miraculously appeared in her womb, and out came, they act like she created God. Whereas, God impregnated Mary, and out came, Jesus Christ. Yeah? The problem is that I mean, it all goes back to the story of Adam and Eve. Man and woman are obsessed. They, 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 they really want my power. They really want my power, but it's pointless trying. It's really pointless trying. Well, this is the thing, they think that in the short term, that's the thing. People, they convince themselves that their short little life on planet Earth, that it's worth trying to steal my identity. They think it's worth trying to take what belongs to me, rather than have a relationship with me. I mean, the thing is, if people actually have a relationship with me and love me, and I love them, then, you know what I mean? Like, at the end of the day, I want people to be happy, but I want people to play by my rules. I'm God. I'm the most powerful, and that's how it's always going to be. There's no escape from that. Man can wish that he was as powerful as me, and that he had my power. Yeah, well, that's what he does. He wishes. Yeah, and she wishes too. But where does it lead? Destruction. So it's pointless. It really is pointless trying to resist me. You might like doing that today and tomorrow and next week and whatever, but there's a day that's coming where you will not. You will hate yourself. It doesn't matter. You might still hate me, but you will hate yourself for doing. Yeah. Well, do you know what I mean? Like, you will regret it. You will live. You will. You will regret. People will regret doing that to me. It's not that I didn't create man to make him unhappy. I didn't create woman to make her unhappy. But I expect my rules to be followed. I have boundaries that I expect people to respect the boundaries that I put in place. Otherwise, how am I supposed to... Do you know what I mean? Imagine you have a house party and you invite people around your house and they do things you don't want them to do. They want to ruin your house. They want to, they're hostile towards you. They don't follow your rules. They don't respect your boundaries. Well, you're going to want to throw them out of the house. You're going to want to end that party because it's not, it's making you very unhappy. I remember when I was a teenager, and I remember hearing about some guy who had a party, and I would sometimes go around to people's houses after they'd had house parties, and just, there would be holes in the floor, there'd be smashed glass, broken lights, all kinds of, holes in the wall, all kinds of horrible stuff, right? I mean, I heard about someone's party, and the people who went to his party, they burned his house to the ground. And I think it was his parents' house as well. And that's the thing, there are demons who infiltrate, and their only interest is they want to get into the house party, so they can burn it to the ground for their own sick pleasure. Um, yeah, people who call themselves Christians, but they're not. They're liars. They're frauds. And that's the thing. There has to be, I have to keep out the people I want to keep out. What was said about, the people who consider themselves to be wise. I mean, look at John Piper, Pastor John Piper, for instance, A lot of people think he's very wise. He may appear to look very, very wise, but really he's going to look like a fool. He is a fool. I can tell that he's not aligned with me. He's against me. He's aligned with others, demons. I can tell by the way he behaves. He's posing as an angel of light. Yeah, he's posing as if I love him and that everything's good between me and him, but that's a pile of garbage. That's rubbish. He has a forked tongue. That's the thing. He has a forked tongue. Strange thing actually, because on social media I've tried to get in contact with, this was a long time ago, a couple of years ago, probably a year or two ago. I tried to get in contact with him. I tried messaging him to see if he would have a conversation with me. Pointless. Totally pointless. And the way they reacted, so I would, I was sending them messages. And I don't even know if they even read my messages, to be quite honest, but I could tell the demons were attacking me through them, through the articles and the videos that they were putting out at the time. I could see who they were aligned with. I got very bad vibes from them. I could sense that something was very wrong. So, I mean, it's, that's pretty much what I get from basically everybody in this world. Almost everybody. I mean, where... I don't like to say it's everybody. But it feels... And that word, everybody, well, do you know what I mean? Who's Eve and who's Re? And what's a body? You know what I mean? That's Mary. Yeah, that's Eve. What's that got to do with me? What's that got to do with me? You see, well, that's the thing, right? Because if everybody, so, what's a body? So, this is a body, yeah, but I'm not Eve, and I'm not Re. God. The name on my birth certificate is Grant Salvin. This is Grant Body. Grant's body. See, the reason why that word, every body, exists, it's all about trying to steal power from me. Because the world wants Adam and Eve. It's all about trying to steal my power. Okay? And that's what they are aligned with. If you do not love me through Jesus Christ, then that's what you're aligned with. You're aligned with Adam and Eve. Yeah? You're aligned with Mary. That's destruction. That's death and destruction. That's how you get destroyed. So, yeah. Anyways, here's an interesting news headline on the Daily Mail. The Daily Mail. J.K. Rowling gets her ultimate revenge on Daniel Radcliffe, Emma Watson, and Rupert Grint. Insiders tell Grant Tucker how author has banished stars from new Harry Potter series after bitter war of words. See, this is a magic battle in the making. Okay, I mean, you know what? It says Grant Tucker. So my name's Grant, which is very similar to the word Grint. I used to, Rupert's not a very popular name. I used to go to school with a boy called Rupert Yo. In his family, so his grandfather in China had 3 wives, and one of his other wives he had a daughter with, and her name was Michelle Yeoh. She was in Crouching Tiger, Hidden Dragon. She was in Tomorrow Never Dies with Pierce Brosnan, James Bond. Yeah. And she was in that film recently. What was it called? Everything, Everywhere, All at Once. Yeah, that's what film she was in. Everything, Everywhere, All at Once. Yeah, it was something like that, wasn't it? Anyways, Grant Tucker, someone who's a transvestite, what do? If a man, he dresses as a woman, quite often what you'll do is you'll tuck his package between his legs. So, Grant Tucker, obviously there's all this talk about, the trans thing. Yeah. Do you know what I mean? All this is a magic battle between me and her. She's living on her $150 million, she's partying on her $150 million super yacht in the Bahamas. I'm God. I should be on a $150 million super yacht in the Bahamas. Not her, but she's there. You see, this is why demons, they use all this witchcraft against me, trying to steal my identity so that they can live a life of luxury and pretend that they are God. They want to pretend that they are the light. I mean, imagine, you were standing outside, yeah? Let's say, let's say you were standing outdoors, okay? And then someone came out with a gigantic mirror and they reflected your image. And then instead of everyone coming to you, they just went over to the mirror and were talking to your image in the mirror. You would think, what the fuck, wouldn't you? You would think, why are they doing that? But that's what the world does to me. That's literally what the world does to me. People try to reflect me so that they can pretend to be me, so everyone likes them. So everyone's like, oh wow, aren't you fucking spectacular? Aren't you the special one? Can we give you your... Here, have some money. Take our money. Yeah. We worship you because you're a reflection of God. Because they're all demons, and that's all they want to do. They want to take my image, reflect it, that's stealing my light. And then the demons want to pretend that they are me, so I never get any attention from anybody. But obviously, like I've said, death and destruction. J.K. Rowling, she might be having a nice day on her $150 million super yacht, but where's that going to get her? What does that lead to? Where do you think she's going? What do you think is going to happen to her? I'm here to tell you what's happening. The thing is, if people keep gatekeeping me, well, the destruction is going to be really bad. World War III could start very soon. Yeah. I've already told you what I think about the global economy, especially for, how bad it's looking for what you call Western countries. Yeah. So, the USA, Canada, Europe. It's, that's poverty. Poverty is coming to you. Yeah? Very likely. So, people want to worship Harry Potter. They think Harry Potter is great. They think J.K. Rowling's great. They wish that she would write, lots more books and give her all the money, and she can live on a luxury super yacht. I mean, the sad thing is, the stupid story about Harry Potter. Well, what's more interesting? A fictional character called Harry Potter, or me, God? I'm extremely powerful. I'm more powerful than Harry Potter. I'll tell you that much. I mean, I might not have a magic wand that, has all sorts of interesting animations that comes out of it, and, I can't, it doesn't work like that. That's not really how my power looks. But, I'm the guy who's saying, well, you don't listen to me. Well, there's going to be a lot of death and destruction, and when you turn on the news and you see hundreds of people, thousands of people just, splat, whatever, it might not look as glamorous as, say, Harry Potter, but, who do you think would win in a battle between Harry Potter and me? Between Harry Potter and God. Yeah? Well, essentially, Harry Potter is me. That's the thing. The character is based on me. That's what it is. I started wearing glasses when I was 11, 12, 13 years old. I used to have round glasses. My very first pair of glasses, I got them from Boots Opticians. I was suffering from astigmatism. You know what stigmata is? Yeah, if you've never seen the film Stigmata, well, you can always have a look at the story or Google it, Stigmata. But I got astigmatism in my eyes about the same time I watched the film Stigmata, strangely enough. But I got stigmata in my eyes, and so it meant that my eyes didn't develop how they should have developed. So it meant that I had to get glasses. And I used to have round glasses, right? And I was a hairy teenage boy, you know? I was getting all hairy at that age. And I went off to Charterhouse. And, you know, everyone was reading Harry Potter, except me. You know, when I was that age, you know, I wasn't really interested I never read books, really. I didn't really like reading books when I was a kid. I was more interested in movies that were rated 15 or 18. You know, that's what I used to do when I was a teenager, and listening to music. Heavy metal, and yeah. So, I mean, that's the thing, you know, what I'm telling you about J.K. Rowling is it's a good example for you to understand what it is that I'm saying. Because witches, they try to steal my light. You know, look at anybody who is famous. Okay? You know, any sort of, you know, actress or actor or musician, they all have their methods, their ways of copying me, trying to steal my light through the artwork that they do, the movies, the roles they play. You know, well, you know, the thing is that what they do is they try to take a portion of my light, my story. And what they do is they put it into their life as if it's theirs. And so that becomes their light. Well, it's my light, but they've taken from me and put it in their life. I mean, think about it. You know when you see rock stars, musicians, right? You know, how many of them you see them wear a crucifix? You know, they might have a golden crucifix, or, you know, maybe it'll be iced out and have lots of diamonds on it and stuff like that. They aren't Christians. They don't love Jesus Christ. Yet they want to identify with, they want to wear that crucifix. You know, I often see Travis Scott. He'll wear 2 crucifixes. Yeah, he'll have 2. He wears 2. Yeah, so as in you're nailed to the cross. Yeah, because he's a magician. You know, Travis, that word Travis, it basically means to cross. That's what it means, to cross. So he wears 2 crosses around his neck. What a surprise, huh? And he ain't Scottish, is he? I'm Scottish. And I used to work with a guy called Travis. I used to sit next to a guy called Travis. Yeah? I used to work, so I used to sit in a seat, and then, so I would sit at a desk, and then behind me, there was another desk, and he was facing the opposite direction. So I was sitting across from him. Yeah? 2 cross, Travis, Scott. So a bench, you know, that's how, you know, he's, you know, Travis Scott's a musician, and he's, you know, that's the thing. Demons have used him to try to steal my light. I mean, if you've not seen the music video for the song that he did, it's called The Plan. And one of the videos, you can find it on YouTube, but he's in this sort of big mansion, and and he's walking in reverse. And there are all these people at this sort of this gathering, this party, and they've all fallen down dead. And the suggestion is that, you know, he's annihilated them all, basically. Well, I'm God. What do you think I'm supposed to do? You know, go listen to the lyrics of that tune, The Plan by Travis Scott. It has everything to do with me. It's my light. Anyway, this has been one heck of a long video, so I'm going to stop there. I've given you lots to think about.